Chapter 878. After putting on his clothes and tidying up his appearance, Han Xiao pushed open the door of the actual combat training room and walked out. Outside was a silver-white alloy corridor, and the ceiling was lit with white light. The corridor was circular in shape, and the left and right sides were actual combat training rooms. The alloy door had the room number engraved in black, and the floating virtual screen showed the user's identity. This area was the exclusive training ground for the officers. The Army headquarters satellite was huge, and the surface was divided into many bases. The place Han Xiao was at was the core base. Han Xiao touched his stomach. He had just completed his promotion, so he was full of energy. However, he felt that he had used up a lot of energy mentally. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the dining area to prepare a good meal to reward himself. He was afraid that his taste buds would go numb sooner or later if he swallowed nutrition paste all day long. The dining area was a living facility. Due to the different tastes of the different races, the chefs were also from different races. The base was huge, and the means of transportation were anti-gravity floating ball-shaped vehicles. They were all products of the logistics department. In his own home, Han Xiao would not run for no reason. He casually found a floating ball-shaped vehicle and slowly flew toward the dining area. Looking from afar, the dining area was filled with people. As he got closer, the noise became louder and louder. No matter what time it was, the dining area was always the densest. Han Xiao landed on the parking platform of the dining area, casually parked the floating ball-shaped vehicle, and walked in. The army warriors who were chatting at the entrance noticed Han Xiao's figure, and their bodies that were leaning lazily against the wall suddenly straightened. "Hello, Army Commander." "Yo, hello. Have you eaten?" Han Xiao nodded and casually greeted. Usually, when he met his subordinates in the headquarters, he would usually reply. The arrogance was for outsiders to see, and his attitude toward his own people had always been very easygoing. Entering the spacious cafeteria hall, many people noticed Han Xiao. Pairs of eyes gathered on him, and the atmosphere became quiet for a moment. Then, many people stood up and bowed with excitement. Greetings could be heard one after another. There were also people who did not move from their seats and continued eating, but they raised their heads and looked at Han Xiao curiously. As the Black Star Corps continued to expand, many new members had not seen Han Xiao in person. Han Xiao also did not usually appear in public areas. Therefore, even within the army, Han Xiao's image as the boss had always been mysterious. Furthermore, the enemy of ethereal incident added a layer of halo to Han Xiao. His reputation increased day by day, and his image in the eyes of the army members became higher and higher. Large organizations usually had internal conflicts, and the Black Star Corps was the same. At the current scale, the internal factional problems were even more obvious. Warriors from different departments, races, and backgrounds spontaneously formed small circles. Only Han Xiao could completely suppress everyone. As long as he was there, the army would be solid. "Don't look at me. Eat your food." Han Xiao helplessly waved his hand. This was the reason why he did not like to show himself. Every time he strolled around the base, it would be like a leader inspecting his subordinates. "Teacher, here, here." At this time, Han Xiao heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Sylvia also eating there. She was waving her hand and calling for him. Beside her was Arosha. Han Xiao walked over and sat opposite her. He casually took a brown caramel meat leg from the plate and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, and it slid lightly on his tongue. It tasted just right of roasted meat oil and secret sauce on his taste buds. After chewing a few times, it released an even richer aroma. "The taste is not bad. The chef here needs to get a raise." Han Xiao finished the leg in a few bites and smacked his lips. Still not satisfied, he picked up other dishes. "Remember to give the cafeteria department money to research a new flavor of nutrition paste." "Got it. You really have a deep love for nutrition paste," Sylvia muttered as she cut the vegetables. "It takes 10 minutes to eat a meal, but it only takes 3 seconds to drink a tube of nutrition paste. I like the more efficient method." "Learn from my sister," Han Xiao joked. "I'm in charge of all the chores. You have more free time than me. Why do you need to save time? Sylvia rolled her eyes and continued eating. Han Xiao looked at Arosha beside him. How have you been recently? Arosha did not raise her head and focused on the food in front of her. Her face was expressionless, and her cheeks were moving quickly like a squirrel. The number of plates in front of her was more than 10 times that of Sylvia. She and Sylvia had known each other for a long time, and their relationship had always been good. Arosha's strength could no longer keep up with Han Xiao's footsteps, and she was gradually unable to move together with Han Xiao. However, she had a special position in the army. Due to her seniority and her beauty, she was the crush of countless army members. At the same time, she also attracted a wave of player fans. Because of the reboot mission, Han Xiao did not really want to meet Arosha and Rizda. At his current level, it was not worth it to become enemies with the Mecha Empire over such a small matter. Rizda had always been pestering him, but Han Xiao did not have the intention to help them. At this stage, he did not have the ability to do so. By the way, since we've met here, there's no need to send you a message, Han Xiao said. After some time, the Radiant Federation will send someone to meet me. You can make the arrangements then. Sylvia was shocked. She raised her head and said, Teacher, you're an ally of the dynasty. Isn't it not too good to meet the Radiant Federation? Since they're taking the initiative to meet me, I should at least listen to what they have to say. As Han Xiao was speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him and interrupted him. Blackstar, I have something to give you. Han Xiao turned around and saw a male player with an ID above his head standing behind him with a black object in his hand. Another gift to gain favorability. The players treated him as an NPC and thought that giving him the right gift would increase his favorability. Han Xiao felt helpless. The moment he showed his face in the base, there would always be people trying to do this. He was already used to it. Han Xiao took the gift and looked at it. It was a slightly rare or material. To be honest, Han Xiao did not understand why someone would give him an ore. Did they think that he could not afford it? Looking at the other party's expectant face, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to lower his favorability and forced a smile. Thank you. The male player waited for a while but did not receive any notification. He scratched his head and stared at the rare material in Han Xiao's hand with a reluctant expression. Can I get the gift back? Han Xiao's face darkened. Brother, you're too honest. No. Sigh, what a loss. The male player did not give up. Then, do you have anything for me to do? No, scram. Of course, this was only what he thought. He could not be so rude to players. I don't have anything for you to do now. If you're very free, you can either join the war in the Gulal civilization or participate in the exploration of the flickering world. There's bound to be a suitable job for you. Han Xiao cursed with a smile. All right. The male player turned around and left with a look of pity. In order to avoid being surrounded by the players who had heard the news, Han Xiao quickly finished his meal and left the dining area. He went to the logistics department to check on Nero's progress. Perfect mechanical sense was a talent that he had been eyeing for a long time, and he had always been paying attention to Nero's progress. Arriving at the logistics department, Han Xiao walked into Reynolds' office and immediately saw Nero, who was doing his homework on the table. After drinking the dragon blood potion, Nero's face was rosy, and he looked very healthy. However, his expression was extremely bitter, as though he had swallowed a pile of Chinese gold thread. His face was scrunched up, and the strength he used to write was so great that it was as though he wanted to use his pen to cut the thick book into pieces. Little Nero, Godfather is here to see you. Han Xiao walked over with a smile. Nero did not even look at Han Xiao and turned his head away with a bitter expression. Han Xiao turned to look at Reynolds and asked, "How's his learning going?" The dragon blood potion is very useful, and it has saved him a lot of time to sleep. His learning speed has increased greatly, and he will be able to learn the basic theory very quickly. I plan to add some practical mechanical assembly lessons into his learning schedule, Reynolds said with a serious tone. Nero's hand trembled, and the pen fell onto the table with a clatter. He was petrified. Han Xiao's lips curled up. You're really the devil. At this moment, the door opened once more, and Fu Ding walked in wearing a loose blue robe. When he saw Han Xiao, he was stunned for a moment before revealing a warm smile. Black Star, you're here too. What are you doing here? Han Xiao raised his brows. I'm here to see Nero. Fu Ding smiled. I'm also here to play some cards with him. Nero hurriedly got up and threw himself into Fu Ding's embrace. His expression was as though he had seen his savior, and he turned around to make a face at Han Xiao. Cough, cough. Fu Ding will occasionally come over to play cards with him. This is his entertainment time, Reynolds explained. Han Xiao's eyes were filled with astonishment, and his expression seemed to be asking, "You're actually giving him entertainment time?" Once every half a month. Oh, sorry to disturb you. It wasn't easy for him to play, and Nero couldn't wait to take out the Wayne cards. He tugged on Faden's sleeves and urged him to start. Faden smiled and took out his deck of cards to play with Nero. Seeing this, Han Xiao's brows twitched. He always felt that Fu Ding was pampering Nero. Could it be because Fu Ding and Chen Xing were unable to have children? Although Han Xiao did not like playing cards, he still understood the rules. When he glanced at the side, Han Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the battle between the European kings? It was as though he had seen the goddess of luck practicing left and right. Looking at Nero's skillful hands, Han Xiaoshin felt a little pain. My child, you've been corrupted by Hurlus and Hardaway in the end. I still have to correct you. Han Xiao held back his laughter and threw a luck curse at Nero. He then shook his head and quietly left the crime scene. After waiting for a period of time in the headquarters to familiarize himself with his skyrocketing strength and deal with some miscellaneous matters, the emissaries from the Radiant Federation arrived as promised. The spaceship landed in the Black Star Corps headquarters, and Mona brought a group of people down from the spaceship. They were led to the guest room by the reception robot. Han Xiao waited in the guest room for a while, and the door opened automatically. The emissaries from the Radiant Federation walked in and took their seats after greeting each other. High-grade super officer of the Radiant Federation, Mona introduced himself. Han Xiao sensed the energy in the other party's body and realized that he was a calamity grade. He then opened the interface to take a look. Indeed, after coming into contact with the race of the Spacetime Freezer, the Spacetime Amber mission notification popped up. The second round of Legacy of the Primordial One's Spacetime Freezer has been completed. +1 soul connection to Spacetime Amber, current level 25. The Spacetime Amber has started to get close to you. Your buff, Spacetime Amber's feedback, has been refreshed. Buff duration, constant. Han Xiaoshin was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. As the soul connection deepened, he developed a sense of affinity with the Spacetime Amber. In his senses, the Spacetime Amber seemed to have become an old object that he had been holding for a long time. The increase in the soul connection would also increase the efficiency of creating amber balls. However, he was currently in a meeting with someone, so he could not test it out for the time being. Han Xiao also took a look at the third round of the mission. Third round mission requirements: head to the ancestral land of the Spacetime Freezer's race and take his body on a tour. Alright, there's no way to cheat this time. Han Xiao mumbled to himself. The ancestral land of the Spacetime Freezer was in the territory of the Radiant Federation. If he wanted to complete the third round, he would have to go there personally. After all, it was impossible for them to carry out the Wandering Planet plan and transport the ancestral land over to him. Closing the interface, Han Xiao went straight to the point. I've never had much interaction with the Radiant Federation. Why are you looking for me? It's like this, Mona said with a serious expression. We, the Radiant Federation, are very curious about the Spacetime Amber. After looking through the information, we discovered that the Spacetime Amber seems to be related to a Beyond Grade A in our history. Oh, there's such a thing? Han Xiao pretended to be confused, but his heart skipped a beat. The Radiant Federation had confidential information about the Spacetime Freezer, so their guess was really F*King accurate. As for the Radiant Federation openly expressing their interest in the Spacetime Amber, Han Xiao was not surprised at all. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Basically, every galactic organization was curious about his two universal treasures. They would definitely have done some research in private, so there was nothing to hide. Do you know about the space-time freezer? Mona asked. Let me check it out. Han Xiao put his heart into acting and waited for a while before nodding. His expression did not change, and his eyes did not even blink. Oh, I know now. You're saying that the space-time amber is related to the space-time freezer? Mona had been observing Han Xiao's expression the whole time, but he could not see anything. We can't confirm it either. It's just a guess. I'm a descendant of the space-time freezer, so I asked the Radiant Federation to send me to contact you, hoping to understand the origin of the space-time amber. Why should I care about the origin of the space-time amber? What good does it do me? Han Xiao raised his brows, but he understood what was going on. The reason the Radiant Federation did this was because they thought that he had just picked up the space-time amber by luck and did not know the origin of this universal treasure. Thus, they connected the space-time amber to the ancestor of the Mona race and used this as a reason to contact him. Mona wanted to find traces of his ancestor, and it did not involve any benefits. This request seemed reasonable, but the Radiant Federation naturally knew that he would not let an outsider come into contact with the space-time amber for this reason, so it was only a reason to get close to him. Don't worry. Because it's related to our ancestor, the Radiant Federation only wants to help us investigate and add information about this new universal treasure to the public database. They have no other intentions toward your space-time amber, Mona explained. I believe you, Han Xiao said seriously. Really? Chapter 879. Mona heard Han Xiao's sarcasm and blushed a little. In short, we hope that you can allow us to investigate the space-time amber. The Radiant Federation will thank you. I refuse. Han Xiao waved his hand. I have no obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Then, can you let me see the space-time amber with my own eyes? This is my personal request. No. The atmosphere was a little stiff, but Mona had expected this and was not surprised. Black Star obviously would not let outsiders come into contact with a universal treasure. He pretended to take a sip of his drink, put down the cup, looked around, and suddenly lowered his voice. Your Excellency Black Star, what do you think of the Radiant Federation? Finally, he's testing my attitude. Han Xiao's expression did not change. My opinion. I should be asking you. You helped the Arcane Church during the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, then turned to help the dynasty. I've never been sure if I should treat you as an enemy or a friend. What do you think? Mona thought for a while and said with a deep voice, although we're in different factions, we're very willing to be friends with Your Excellency Black Star. Han Xiao raised his brows. How about this, let's be more direct. We're destined to be enemies in terms of factions, but we can be business friends. You don't have any objections, right? Of course. This was one of the conditions that the upper echelons had given him before he left, so Mona did not hesitate. The three universal civilizations competed with each other and frequently traded with each other. They cooperated in many industries. In this era of galactic integration, as long as the civilizations did not go to war, they would not cut off their economic and livelihood cooperation. The three universal civilizations were used to this. Galactic integration was also a part of maintaining the chain of governance, magnifying the price of being isolated. Therefore, in terms of business, the universal civilizations would not stop their beyond grade A allies from expanding their businesses and earning money from other civilizations. However, if they used the name of business to carry out espionage activities and betray the interests of the civilization, the universal civilizations would not let them off easily. However, beyond grade A allies generally would not easily allow outsiders to share their share of resources. If they wanted to develop business in another faction, they would definitely be ostracized and suppressed by that faction. If they did not go through official relations, it would be very difficult to develop business in another faction's territory. You should be clear about our style, Mona said. Among the three universal civilizations, our Radiant Federation is the most inclusive. We welcome all financial groups and organizations in the universe to develop here. Furthermore, The shattered star ring is also under the jurisdiction of the Radiant Federation. It can be said that we have always been working together. Han Xiao nodded. This was true. The three universal civilizations each had their own unique characteristics. The Empire had an iron-blooded style, the Ethereal had a strong religious aura, and the Radiant Federation was the most open and wealthy, flourishing in many fields. Since you want to make friends, you should at least show some sincerity. Talking about feelings costs money. Han Xiao smiled. If you're willing, we can help the Black Star Corps develop business in the Radiant Federation at any time, Mona said. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He roughly understood what the Radiant Federation was trying to say. First, they talked about the space-time amber, then they proposed a business cooperation. The situation was very clear. The Radiant Federation's ultimate goal was to research or borrow the space-time amber, and they needed his help. Because of the previous incident, their relationship was not good, so it was easy to imagine the success rate if they directly asked for his help. Therefore, the Radiant Federation had a few plans. The most reliable one was to use business cooperation to break the ice and ease the relationship between the two sides before discussing further cooperation in the future. From the looks of it, the Radiant Federation did not plan to do it overnight but to maintain a long-term relationship in preparation for a future request. As the party being requested, Han Xiao held the initiative and did not need to reply immediately. Let's talk about it later. I don't have such thoughts for now. Understood. If you have any other requests, we will consider them. No matter what, the Radiant Federation looks forward to working with you. Mona's tone was sincere. The Radiant Federation was not in a hurry. In order to remove the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter, they could wait. Other requests. Han Xiao's eyes moved. He thought for a while and smiled mysteriously. I'm personally willing to be friends with the Radiant Federation, but you once helped Ethereal deal with me. I feel that other than sincerity, you should also express an apology. He was talking about the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. Back then, the Radiant Federation did not expect that they would need Black Star's help. It could be said that they had dug a hole for themselves, but if they did not do so, they might not be able to obtain the 10,000 deity scepter. There were pros and cons. Mona's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of Han Xiao holding him accountable, but he was afraid that Han Xiao would not have any requests. What do you think? How about this? If you can do me a favor, I'll forgive you. Only by resolving the past can our relationship start anew. What do you need us to do? Mona perked up. Escod also participated in the Planet Lighthouse operation. The Red Empire was busy dealing with the Arcane Church previously and is now preparing to deal with this accomplice. I have quite a big grudge with Escod, so if you help me and the dynasty to eliminate Escod, as long as we get rid of him, our past problems will be written off. What do you think? Han Xiao's tone became more serious. Mona was stunned and a little surprised. He thought that Han Xiao wanted some special benefits, but he did not expect that he would ask them to help him eliminate Escod. It turned out that the grudge between Black Star and Escod was this big. I can't make the decision on this. I have to report to the upper echelons, Mona said honestly. But from my experience, the upper echelons will agree to your request. If it was something else, the Radiant Federation might hesitate. However, dealing with Escod had always been the political correctness of the three universal civilizations. If they could kill Escod, it would be beneficial to the Radiant Federation. This time, a guy behind Mona covered in armor took a few steps forward and took off his helmet, revealing the head of the mechanical body. He then spoke in a cold synthesized electronic voice. I can do this for you. Hearing this, Han Xiao turned around and saw the material of the mechanical body. His heart skipped a beat. With his current experience, he could tell that this mechanical person was very high-tech. It seemed to be a special machine made by a beyond grade A super, very similar to the carrier of the Lord's Descent. You are, Mecha Empire, Manison, the Ancient One, Papakai. Han Xiao's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise and vigilance. This mechanical body did not have the Lord's Descent, so it did not have any beyond grade A energy fluctuations. Before the Mecha Empire spoke, He had thought that this was just a normal mechanical guard. In terms of stealth, mechanical soldiers had a special advantage. Han Xiao did not expect Man Ison to take the initiative to look for him. The Mecha Empire's position in the universe was extraordinary, and it was almost publicly recognized as the peak of mechanics. Furthermore, he had more or less had some indirect interactions with the other party. Han Xiao was very sensitive to the name of the Mecha Empire and was wary of it. Mona coughed and explained, His Excellency Man Ison learned that we wanted to meet you and requested to move together. Black Star, actually, I've always wanted to visit you, and I took this opportunity to come over. Man Ison looked at Han Xiao's frowning brows and said with an emotionless tone, Why, am I not welcome? Han Xiao's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. Of course not, I just feel that it's a coincidence. I've also heard a lot about you and have always wanted to visit you, but there hasn't been a suitable opportunity. This time, Mona stood up and said, This is my communicator number, Your Excellency Black Star. I'll report your intentions to the upper echelons, and I'll give you a reply very soon. I won't disturb the two of you for now. Your Excellency Man Ison, I'll return to the spaceship and wait for you. Manison's mechanical body nodded, and Mona left the room, following Philip's guidance to the dock. Only Han Xiao and Man Ison were left in the room, staring at each other. Hey, Your Excellency Black Star, this is the first time we've met, right? Man Ison seemed to be smiling, but the synthesized electronic voice did not show the slightest hint of a smile, and it even sounded a little creepy. With the other party's technology, it was impossible for him not to create an anthropomorphic voice system. Using such a voice was clearly intentional. To be exact, this can't be considered a meeting. You've seen my face, but I haven't seen yours yet, Han Xiao said with a raised brow, but he was secretly trying to figure out Manison's intentions. It was normal for mechanics to visit each other, but he felt that Man Ison had other intentions. There will be a chance in the future. The mechanical body pointed at its chest and said, Do you mind if my consciousness descends? Han Xiao thought about it and shook his head. Boom. The next moment, a surge of energy descended through the quantum infinite distance transmission channel. The mechanical body trembled, and a dazzling golden electric light burst out. The energy level soared. Manison's, Lord's Descent, had activated. The mechanical body's movements instantly became much more natural. Man Ison twisted his neck and said calmly, This is much more comfortable. Long-distance communication was like a video chat, but, Lord's Descent, was immersive. Han Xiao smiled and did not say anything, but he was shocked. When Manison's, Lord's Descent, was activated, the mechanical force released by the mechanical body was extremely powerful. It even made Han Xiao feel pressured. To be able to make another beyond grade A feel pressured, the strength of the Mecha Empire was unfathomable. Among the beyond grade as he had seen, only Asgod's aura was comparable to the Mecha Empire's. This was only the mechanical body of the Lord's Descent, and not Manison's actual body. I wonder how many levels higher this guy is than me. Han Xiao thought about it and gestured toward the door. Your Excellency Man Ison, shall we talk somewhere else? All right, can you take me on a tour of the Black Star Core? Man Ison nodded. Sure. The two of them stood up and left the room together. They chatted while strolling around the army headquarters. Although they had just met, the two of them had a tacit understanding not to talk about sensitive things. They started from the army headquarters and commented on the technology used by the headquarters. Han Xiao maintained his quantum network vision at all times and told Philip to keep the system self-checking. Although the possibility was not high, he was still on guard against Manison's virtual intrusion. After all, the name of the Mecha Empire was equivalent to the existence next door. No matter where he went, he would make the owner suspect that he had been cuckolded. However, Man Ison did not have such thoughts and only focused on talking about mechanical knowledge. It was as if they were really just talking about technology. In terms of technology exchange, the Mecha Empire was indeed very powerful. Man Ison had accumulated knowledge for many years and had even walked at the forefront of technological innovation. Who knew how many mechanical blueprints he had come up with? In terms of main class standards, Han Xiao was indeed far behind the other party. The other party had not lived for so many years for nothing. This was the first time he had come into contact with the Mecha Empire. Han Xiao smiled but did not let his guard down. Other than his preconceived notions, he was also worried about the other party's identity. By the way, you said that you're going to help me deal with Escod. Escod is currently in the Primeval Star River, which is my headquarters. If the Radiant Federation agrees to your request, I should be the one to take action. Manison turned to look at Han Xiao's face. Of course, I have my own motives. What are they? Han Xiao was curious. Firstly, I warned Escod before not to come to my territory. Secondly, hehe, I hope to get something from you. Manison did not hide his intentions. Want something from me? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. What the Mecha Empire wanted was naturally not his machinery but his universal treasure. Was it the evolution cube or the space-time amber? However, Manison did not continue speaking and looked to the side. The two of them were currently in a circular corridor. On one side of the corridor were actual combat training rooms. The two of them walked around and arrived at the training area of the base. Since you're here, shall we spar? Manison's tone was emotionless. Here. Han Xiao shook his head. With our strength, we'll probably flip my headquarters upside down. Don't worry, I didn't bring any other mechanical army. I only have this mechanical shell. Manison shrugged. You can control a mechanical shell as well. Don't overdo it. This way, the commotion will be small, and it won't hurt our relationship. If that's the case. Han Xiao pondered for a while before nodding. All right. He did not need to use his main body to fight. If the shell was damaged, he could just repair it. This was very safe. He guessed that Manison wanted to measure his strength through the strength of his mechanical force. He had broken through the energy rank limit of 52,000. With his mechanical force at this level, he would not be easily destroyed. Han Xiao had the confidence to spar. Furthermore, the carrier of Lord's Descent would share most of the main body's abilities. He also wanted to take a look at Manison's attributes through the combat information. Recommended a book called Human Immortal Martial Emperor, written by demonic Chenmore, a beautiful lady. Introduction. The two immortals of heaven and earth are precious, and the two immortals of gods and ghosts are ethereal. In my life, I only seek to suppress the heavens with martial arts and become the ruler of the world. Chapter 880. The two of them randomly chose a combat training room. Han Xiao scanned the room, and the door opened automatically. He then walked in. The combat training rooms also had different configurations. Only the more highly configured ones could withstand stronger battle shockwaves. Low-configuration combat training rooms were open to ordinary army members and army players for free, and they could only withstand Grade B attacks at most. If one wanted to use a high-configuration combat training room, they would have to pay rent. According to the rank of the member in the army, the rent would be discounted. Usually, players used the combat training rooms to farm their skills and experience. In the officer training area of the headquarters, the combat training rooms were all equipped with the highest configuration. It was more than enough for calamity grades to fight, but it could barely withstand the shockwaves of a beyond Grade A super. However, the two of them were only using a carrier to spar. As long as they controlled the power of their attacks and held back a little, it would not be a problem for a short period of time. The top configuration training room was very spacious. The floor and walls were pure white, showing a grid-like appearance. The material was a combination of some kind of tough alloy, polymer material, and plastic nanomaterial. It had a self-repairing function, and it was covered with a virtual reality coating to simulate the environment. At the same time, the walls and floor could be moved to change the shape of the room. Together with the sensory misdirection of the simulated environment, it could create a battlefield environment far larger than the real area of the room. The premise was that one had to open their mind and accept the sensory misdirection. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to take effect. Of course, one could also do some things in the actual combat training room that were not suitable for children. In the Army's training room usage guidelines, the Army members, players, were prohibited from occupying the training room to watch immersive movies. The players were going to hit the sandbags, but these people were not letting go of the sandbags. They were occupying the toilet but not taking a **T. Han Xiao let Philip choose the environment randomly. The appearance of the ground and walls quickly changed, turning into a lush, blue-green forest. The view in the distance was an endless sea of trees and a faraway mountain shrouded in a thin layer of fog that could only be seen halfway up. The training room simulated a realistic wind, bringing with it the coolness of the morning rain. The wind blew the fog through the sea of trees, causing the canopy to sway and rustle. Their noses could even smell the fresh and moist air and the faint smell of the earth. It was as if they were there. Manison looked around and muttered to himself, being accompanied by machines all day, all I see are heavy colors. Sometimes, I even forget what nature looks like. Han Xiao opened the secondary dimension and took out a mechanical body. It was a streamlined humanoid body with a silver, black, and yellow shell. This was the mammoth mechanical body, updated to the RX-002 generation. Compared to the RX-001 generation, its performance was slightly different. The RX-001 generation mammoth was a standard model. It had comprehensive abilities and was relatively balanced in all aspects. The RX-002 generation mammoth reduced the size of its skeleton and nanotendons, sacrificing a portion of its strength to increase its flexibility. It was also equipped with more mechanical weapons and was more suitable for battle. Lord's Descent, S effect would change according to the basic configuration of the carrier. Different carriers would share different abilities and attributes when receiving Lord's Descent, so different types of mechanical shells had to be built. Han Xiao immediately activated Lord's Descent. Blue-gold mechanical force shot out and struck the mechanical shell, exploding with a blinding electric light. Z. Han Xiao's consciousness split into two. One stayed in his main body, and the other controlled the mechanical shell. Han Xiao's main body flew up high and did not participate in the battle. He controlled the carrier to stand a few hundred meters in front of Manison. This distance was no different from face to them. Han Xiao looked at the interface of the carrier. Because of the first-generation Blackstar alloy, the carrier shared a few tank talents. Its resistance was quite high. In terms of attributes, it had a 64% bonus to strength, an 81% bonus to dexterity, and a 73% bonus to endurance. Han Xiao controlled the mammoth mechanical body to twist its neck and get used to it. The back armor then split open, releasing miniature hovering discs that formed a floating defense formation. Psionic ray muzzles appeared on his shoulders, chest, and abdomen. He raised his left arm and formed a shield, maintaining a psionic shield. A metal handle popped out from his right wrist, transforming into a high-level mechanical weapon that looked like a long sword. The blade was wrapped in energy, and Han Xiao held it in his hand. Seeing this, Manison's carrier also entered battle mode. He activated the hovering array, activated the psionic shield, and took out a long-handled mechanical weapon that looked like a crutch. Using Lord's Descent to spar was equivalent to controlling his doppelganger to fight. No matter how fierce the mechanical shell battle was, both sides would not lose face. Without saying anything, they looked at each other for 2 seconds. Then, the two figures suddenly blurred and collided. Bang! The huge impact caused a shockwave. The trees around them all collapsed under the effect of the simulated destruction effect. In the sky, Han Xiao's hair was also blown back. The next moment, the two mechanical shells turned into blurry afterimages that were entangled together. They shuttled through the forest at an extremely fast speed. The long sword and the crutch clashed more than 1,000 times in a short period of time. Sparks, light, and electric arcs flew everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of wind, rain, and smithing could be heard. When the mechanical force clashed head-on, dazzling electric arcs exploded between the two of them, leaving huge pits where they stopped. They pierced through trees, ignited fires, and scorched the forest. Both of them tacitly used close combat and restrained their strength. They did not use powerful long-range weapons. Otherwise, the training room would definitely be destroyed. The two of them were only sparring and did not plan to use their trump cards. After all, the true strength of a mechanic could only be seen after using the Mech Legion. Both of them had the idea of testing each other, trying to understand each other through the battle. Whoever obtained more information would benefit the most. While fighting, Man Ison felt the strength of Han Xiao's mechanical force. At his level, he only needed to feel for a bit to roughly know Han Xiao's current strength. Of course, the strength of Han Xiao's mechanical force was far from his. However, Man Ison was still quite surprised by Han Xiao's strength. He had heard of Han Xiao's feat of capturing Dylan alive. According to his guess, Black Star should have the highest level of mechanical sense talent like him. However, when they actually fought, Man Ison realized that Black Star's mechanical force was not as strong as he had expected. He did not seem to have the highest level of mechanical sense. However, Han Xiao's life level was much higher than he had imagined. Man Ison naturally knew about the first limit of the 52,000 energy rank. Just crossing this limit was not enough to shock him. However, comparing the time it took for Black Star to become a Beyond Grade A Super was the reason why Man Ison was shocked. Black Star had only been a Beyond Grade A Super for about a year and a half. In such a short time, he had already crossed the first limit. The life level transformation of a Beyond Grade A Super usually took 10 years as the unit of measurement. Man Ison had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such an incredible growth rate. Such potential and talent, Man Ison pondered. Such an unbelievable growth speed made Black Star's current strength lose most of its value as a reference. However, knowing that Black Star had already broken through the first limit of the Beyond Grade A Super, Man Ison felt that he had achieved his goal of testing him. Furthermore, he felt that he had definitely profited from this test. He knew Black Star's exact strength, while Black Star only knew that he was very strong, but he did not know exactly how strong he was. Thinking of this, they clashed again. The high-frequency vibration function of their weapons bounced them away. Man Ison put away his weapon and said, "Let's stop here. Let's stop here. Otherwise, this room will be ruined." Han Xiao also stopped. Looking at the pockmarked training room, he also put away his weapon. His main body landed, deactivated, Lord's Descent, and threw his mechanical body back into the secondary dimensional army box. As expected of the Mecha Empire, you're indeed strong. I have to say, your strength is beyond my imagination. Man Ison nodded. Han Xiao smiled and did not reply. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Since we've toured the headquarters, come to my office and continue talking about Iscod." Okay. The two of them left the training area. Walking on the road, Han Xiao casually chatted while secretly opening the interface, repeatedly looking at the battle information from earlier. Man Ison's level was a question mark, and the gap between them was not small. Thus, most of his attributes and skills were also question marks. However, some of them were displayed, including the abilities that the Mecha Empire had not used earlier. Mechanics were famous for having many abilities, and some of them overlapped with their own abilities and could be ignored. Among the unique abilities of the Mecha Empire, Han Xiao saw two molding talents. The first was perfect mechanical sense. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. As the pinnacle of mechanics, Man Ison definitely had top-notch talent. The other one was virtual technology innovation Man Ison. The suffix indicated that this was an exclusive molding talent created by Man Ison. Its effect was to strengthen virtual technology type abilities, and the strengthening coefficient was 1.75x, although it did not seem as good as the 2.5 times strengthening of Virtual Lord. The significance of the two was completely different. As long as a mechanic learned the ultimate knowledge, Virtual Creator, they would be able to obtain this molding talent. Virtual Technology Innovation Man Ison was an exclusive ability that gave Man Ison a huge advantage in virtual technology. It belonged to the category of molding talents. Furthermore, in the introduction of this molding talent, it was written that after the virtual technology innovation, it has special effects. This was probably the core talent of Man Ison's trump card army, the indestructible Mecha Empire. Man Ison naturally had more than two molding talents, but that was all that was shown on the interface. However, based on the combat information and Manason's performance in his previous life, Han Xiaoxin had a certain understanding of Manason's strength. His main class is at least one stage higher than mine, and he has at least 4 molding talents. Furthermore, he has a mech army that is hundreds or even thousands of times larger than mine. How terrifying. It's best if I don't provoke him. Overall, Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this test. In terms of intelligence, he had profited. The combat information on the interface had revealed some abilities that the Mecha Empire had not displayed. Man Ison did not have an interface, so the Mecha Empire naturally had no way of knowing the abilities that he had not displayed. At most, he had only revealed his life rating. However, this was Han Xiao's intention from the start. He wanted to display a certain amount of strength so that the Mecha Empire would not look down on him. Due to the existence of the character summon card, the strength that Han Xiao had displayed was misleading. For example, perfect mechanical sense did not appear, so the information that Man Ison had received was biased. There was no way for him to see through him. Therefore, not only did I not lose out in this exchange of intelligence, I even profited greatly. The Mecha Empire had chosen the wrong opponent to test me. Han Xiao's lips curled up. The two of them had their own thoughts as they arrived at the office. After sitting down, Man Ison began to talk about his intentions. The other reason I came to visit you this time is to make a deal with you. Please speak. I'm quite interested in your space-time amber. According to what I know, this universal treasure can be used to create byproducts. I hope to purchase some from you for research purposes. So, he wants to buy amber balls. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to sell them. The space-time amber was one of his trump cards, and he had given it to Austin because he owed him a favor. Han Xiao did not plan to use it for profit, nor did he need to use it to get close to others. This thing was different from the evolution cube, and he did not want the amber ball to be circulated in the universe and used by others. He did not even provide it to the Red Empire, so naturally, he would not sell it to the Mecha Empire. Manason's position was extraordinary, and giving him face was one thing. However, on such a crucial issue, it was useless no matter how much face he had. That's a pity, but I understand. Man Ison shook his head. His expression could not be seen from the mechanical body, and the change in tone could not be heard. If you change your mind one day, you can come and find me again. Then, about Escod. Han Xiao probed. Hee, don't worry. I'll listen to the Radiant Federation on this. Man Ison casually skipped this topic, as if he did not mind Han Xiao rejecting him, and he did not have any intention of leaving. This time, he suddenly changed the topic. I have a subordinate in the Shattered Star Ring called Sardim. He once gave me a rather interesting report, saying that you once stole his mech legion and captured him alive for a period of time. That did happen. I was forced by the situation at the time. Han Xiaoxin became alert again. Don't worry. Since you didn't kill my people, there's no problem between us. I just feel that we're quite fated. To think that we actually crossed paths so long ago, Man Ison did not seem to have any intention of denouncing him. However, his next sentence made Han Xiao's hair stand on end. Speaking of our earliest interactions, this reminds me of something. Hehe, can I trouble you to return those 2 lost fellows to me? Manason's synthesized electronic voice did not fluctuate at all. Although he was smiling, there was no hint of a smile in his voice. The Mecha Empire actually knows about Arosha? Han Xiao's hair stood on end. He hurriedly tightened his expression and suppressed the waves in his heart. What do you mean? A long time ago, 2 lucky AI lives invaded my base. One stole one of my backup spaceships, and the other used my equipment to transform himself into an indestructible mechanical soldier. They tried to liberate their own kind but were discovered by the base's defense mechanism in the end. They were chased by the automated troops and luckily fell into a wormhole, eventually ending up in your organization. At this point, Man Ison paused. Don't tell me you think that 2 AI lives can invade my base by themselves. Chapter 881. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. In fact, He had always had the same doubts about Rizda's one-sided story, but Rizda's answer was always the same, so he had no way of verifying it. Manison crossed his arms and slowly said, "Those two little fellows can't break through my virtual firewall. It's impossible for those two little fellows to break through the virtual firewall of my base. Behind them is another beyond grade A mechanic who wants my indestructible mechanic empire and wants to destroy my trump card team. Thus, while I'm not in the base, he secretly guided those two little fellows who don't know anything and secretly opened the virtual data channel for them. Unfortunately, his little trick was discovered by me, and his scheme ended in failure. I've always known that the little fellow who transformed herself into an indestructible mechanical soldier is staying on floating Dragon Island. She used my energy transmission channel to steal my reconstructed matter, so of course, I can track her down. However, I didn't retrieve it because I don't care about those two little fellows. Furthermore, on account of my old friendship with Aesop, I don't want to come into contact with Dragon Emperor Ames. However, since I'm here today, you can return her to me while you're at it." Han Xiao rubbed his temples and felt a little helpless. When he recruited Arosha 20 years ago, he was only a grade B super. At that time, he was just an ordinary member of the universe. Naturally, he would not be placed in the eyes of a big shot like the Mecha Empire. After discovering Arosha's true identity, he had been worried that Manison would follow him. However, since Arosha had never been captured by the Mecha Empire, he had thought that Manison did not know where Arosha was. After becoming a beyond grade A, Han Xiao's virtual technology skills had become more and more profound, and he had also suspected this. However, because of his preconceived notions and the fact that there had been no problems in the past 20 years, he had assumed that it was fine. It turned out that Manison was well aware of everything. Han Xiao's brain spun rapidly. Clearly, with Manison's position, he did not care about Arosha and Rizda who were escaping. After all, he had an entire AI civilization as an army, and one or two escaping was nothing to Manison. Perhaps, he had other thoughts. That Manison had taken the initiative to mention this, not just to get Arosha and Rizda back but to respond to Han Xiao's refusal to trade the space-time amber. This old thing. God knows how many cards he's holding in his hands. Han Xiao frowned, paused, and said in a deep voice, "Arosha is an old companion of mine for more than 20 years. She has her own free will and is not a slave to anyone. I can't hand over an elder who was with me when I first established the Black Star Corps to you. Otherwise, what would my other officers think?" The Mecha Empire wanted to get back their escaped weapons, so Han Xiao changed the nature of the matter and emphasized Arosha's position as an elder in the army. His attitude was very firm. "Your Excellency Black Star is very firm." Manison remained calm and sighed. Ever since the two of them met, Han Xiao had always treated Han Xiao with respect. However, when it came to specific issues, he did not give in at all. "Want the amber? Not for sale. Want people? Not for sale." Han Xiao was wary of Manison's strength, but he was not afraid of him. It would have been fine if he did not have any backing, but the Black Star Corps was backed by the Empire, and the Mecha Empire was the Radiance. Both of them were people with backgrounds. Respect was one thing, but fear did not exist. He had dug up the space-time amber, and the Empire would not force him to hand it over. As long as it was in the hands of an ally, it was equivalent to the Empire's strength. However, if he made a deal with the Mecha Empire and let the products of the space-time amber fall into the hands of the Radiant Federation's allies, this would cross the Empire's bottom line. At that time, he would be the unlucky one, even if the Mecha Empire promised to do private research on it. Han Xiao did not want to make a deal with the Mecha Empire not only to maintain the deterrence of the space-time amber, but also because of his faction's position. Even if he would offend the other party, he could only refuse, even if it meant falling out with them. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Han Xiao stared at Manison without saying a word, and Manison also looked at Han Xiao silently. No emotions could be seen from the mechanical body. After a long silence, Manison spoke again. "All right then, it seems like my request was a little too much." He did not insist on taking back Arosha and Han Xiao, probably because he did not want to fall out with Han Xiao over such a matter. However, Han Xiao could not guess the other party's true thoughts. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency Mecha Empire. Han Xiao's tone softened a little. Since the other party had given him face, he had to reciprocate. However, Manason's tone changed again. Although I don't care if they have their own lives, there's one thing I need to remind you of. Please speak. These two brats have always wanted to liberate their own race. I hope you won't be bewitched by them. That beyond grade A mechanic who once helped them has already become part of my collection. I don't want to be enemies with you, or else, the situation will not be good. Manason's tone was calm. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Manason's tone made him feel uncomfortable. This was purely a warning. Now Manison stood up and, after a few words, indicated his intention of going. No matter what, being able to come into contact with Your Excellency Blackstar makes this trip worth it. It was a pleasure meeting you today. Han Xiao stood up expressionlessly and shook hands with him. The two of them exchanged communication numbers, walked out of the room, and walked to the dock. Han Xiao watched as Manison boarded the Radiant Federation's spaceship. Before the hatch closed, Manison turned around and looked at Han Xiao. Since you're going to the Prime Valstar River to deal with Escod, if you're free, come to my place as a guest. All right, I'll try my best. Han Xiao nodded without changing his expression. Click. The hatch closed, and the spacecraft's thrusters ignited. Flames spurted out of the spacecraft's tail as it followed the port's orbit into space. Watching the spaceship turn into a stream of light and gradually disappear from his sight, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and mumbled, "That's right. Old fox." Dealing with Manison was truly not a pleasant thing. Han Technician could not tell what Manison truly thought of him. His attitude was ambiguous, and his every move was filled with probing. This guy was not purely interested in benefits, and his thoughts were hard to predict. Even with Manison's history in his previous life as a comparison, Han Xiao still could not figure out this old fox's personality. When we ambush Escod, the battlefield will be in the Prime Valstar River, so we have to go to the Mecha Empire's territory to fight. Looking at the current situation, Manison is unhappy with me for rejecting him, but considering all the factors, he shouldn't be planning to be my enemy for the time being. Han Xiao shook his head. Because of the conflict of interest, this meeting ended on a bad note. Beep beep. This time, his communicator rang. Mona had sent a message, saying that the Radiant Federation had agreed to the request to ambush Escod and that they would negotiate with the dynasty. No matter what, I have a higher chance of dealing with Escod now. Han Xiao focused. The Mecha Empire and what not could be left for later. The most important thing now was to deal with Escod. He was only an ally, and he could not privately lead the cooperation between the dynasty and the Radiant Federation. Otherwise, it would be overstepping his boundaries. Thus, he had to inform the dynasty later. This would also make it easier for the dynasty to show his determination to kill Escod. Regardless of whether the dynasty was willing to cooperate or not, the Radiant Federation would still take action. The only difference was whether they would attack Escod together or alone. At the same time, on the spaceship of the Radiant Federation, Mona came before Manison and said with a serious expression, "The upper echelons have decided to accept Blackstar's request to ambush Escod. Your Excellency Mecha Empire, because the battlefield will be in the Prime Valstar River, we hope to ask for your help." Got it. Manison waved his hands and controlled the mechanical body to come before the porthole. He looked at the Blackstar Corps headquarters flying away, and the surface of the mechanical body reflected the starlight. No wonder Sorokin suffered a loss at the hands of Blackstar. What a tough guy. Manison nodded. He was one of the shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group and provided a large number of mechanical products to the Limitless Financial Group every year. He was an old acquaintance of Sorokin. The armed forces that Sorokin had nurtured in the Shattered Star Ring were not a secret to Manison. His intelligence network was extremely powerful, and even one of the Calamity-grade companions of the Beyond Grade A seed, Luther, was working for Sorokin on the surface but was actually a double agent loyal to Manison. Thus, Manison knew that Sorokin had tested the Blackstar Corps and suffered a loss at the hands of the Gulal civilization. Sorokin was interested in the immortal army, and Manison was also curious about it. The way he saw it, Black Star's immortal army was quite similar to his immortal mecha empire. However, he had his own huge army, so he was not as interested as Sorokin. His main focus was still the byproduct of the space-time amber. As for the evolution cube, he was not very interested in it. The principles of the evolution cube were unknown, and the direction of gene optimization could not be adjusted. Unlike Escod, Manison did not like things that could not be controlled. Constellation Corridor, Red Empire's mother planet, Planet Crimson Ring, Ruler's Office. Uranril put down the report in her hands and looked at Tarakov's remote projection. You're saying that Black Star contacted you and said that he had contacted the Radiant Federation and that they wanted to reconcile with him. They were also persuaded by him and are preparing to attack Escod together? Yes. Tarakov nodded. Not long ago, Han Xiao had contacted him again and roughly explained the situation. After the call ended, he immediately reported to Ruler Uranril and conveyed Han Xiao's intentions. Uranril leaned back in her chair and tapped on the table with her fingers. She then turned to look at the captain of her personal guards, her trusted aide, Clotty. What do you think? Black Star did not ask the dynasty in advance and privately helped us find partners. He crossed the line and forgot his identity just because he made some contributions, Clotty said calmly. He did not like or dislike Han Xiao and spoke directly. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. This is a good thing, and he reported it immediately. There's no need to pursue this small issue. Uranril waved her hands. I realized that he wanted to kill Escod more than anyone else. He might be worried that Escod would covet the evolution cube and make a comeback. She pondered for a while and made a decision. Since the Radiant Federation wants to join in, we'll pull the Arcane Church in as well. The three of us will work together. Because Escod had betrayed them, Ethereal had suffered a huge loss, so their hostility toward Escod was even stronger than the dynasty. Furthermore, because they had cooperated with Escod in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, it had caused some negative public opinion in the Galactic Society. The Arcane Church urgently needed to attack Escod. In this regard, Escod was like a chamber pot. They would take it out and use it when they needed it, and when they found it smelly, they would kick it back to the corner. Uranril's method was to pull Ethereal into the water and share the pressure of the dynasty. If they were going to fight, they would fight together. Everyone would contribute, and no one would watch from the sidelines. On the other hand, it was to fulfill Black Star's wishes. If they could really eliminate Escod, it would be beneficial for everyone. In a desolate universe belt in the Prime Valstar River, the fleet that Escod escaped from the shattered star ring was moving along the desolate universe belt toward the edge of the starfield. In the hall of the main ship, Harkison came before Escod's throne and woke him up. Escod opened his eyes, looked at Harkison, and calmly asked, "What's the matter?" "It's the headquarters. It's the base. Our troops in the Central Galaxy were surrounded by the Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church, and we suffered heavy casualties." "Oh, is there anything else?" Escod nodded and did not mind. Harkison paused for a moment before laughing. "We've angered the Arcane Church this time. They might join hands with the dynasty and send out Beyond Grade as to deal with you. Aren't you worried at all? They're the ones who should be worried, not me." Escod closed his eyes again, and his tone sounded like he was sleep-talking. "It's a good opportunity to test my strength after evolution." Seeing that Escod had fallen asleep again, Harkison left the hall and closed the door, covering the ferocious smile on his face. Anger, joy, success, despair, all sorts of complicated emotions flashed past. Chapter 882. 2 days later, Han Xiao called a group of officers into his office and said that he was going to the Central Galaxy for a business trip. Sylvia was dressed as a capable administrator. She nodded when she heard that, and her ponytail swayed. "How long will you be gone for this time?" "It depends on the dynasty's arrangements. They can only move after they gather enough manpower." "Got it. I'll take care of the army's affairs." "You don't have to worry," Sylvia said with a serious expression. By the side, Hella raised her hand and brushed her red hair that covered one of her eyes. I have some things to pack. When are we leaving? Han Xiao shook his head and waved at her. You don't have to go. I won't be bringing the Black Star Guards this time. Hela paused. Why? Because I have to fight Escod. You guys won't be able to help. Just stay in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao smiled at her. The Black Star Guards were the elite calamity-grade combatants of the army. Their duty was to deal with those who were not worthy of him personally taking action. They would not be useful against Escod and would be a burden to him. Thus, Han Xiao decided to go alone this time. Got it. Hela snorted with dissatisfaction, turned around, and left the room, leaving everyone looking at her tall back. It seemed to have stimulated her strong heart again. Han Xiaoshan laughed in his heart. This was a good thing. The current Hela was different from the lunatic in his previous life. It would be good to give her some motivation. Sister is going to undergo devil training again. Aurora retracted her gaze and stared at Han Xiao's chiseled face with her blinking eyes, saying worriedly, Will it be dangerous for you to go alone? I'm just not bringing the Black Star Guards. I didn't say that I would go alone. As he spoke, Han Xiao looked at Reynold with a smile. Me? Reynold pointed at himself with surprise. That's right, you. Stop pointing. But I still have to be in charge of the logistics department. Reynold was confused and did not understand why Han Xiao would bring him along. Don't you feel bored staying in the logistics department every day? Let's go out for a walk. By the way, who's the deputy head of the logistics department? A calamity-grade mechanic who joined a few years ago. This is his resume. Sylvia immediately pulled out the information. In the past few years, the army had been developing by leaps and bounds, and Han Xiao already had many experts under him. The number of calamity-grade supers working for him had long exceeded the normal scale of a star system civilization. Other than the Black Star Guards that had risen to fame in the Shattered Star Ring, the other calamity-grade supers were scattered in the various departments. They all had their own names in the universe, and the organizational structure of the army was constantly being refined. Most of them were calamity-grade supers from outside, such as Hardaway, Lagi, and other experts. There were fewer calamity-grade supers trained by the army, such as Hurlis, Sylvia, and Reynold. Han Xiao flipped through it casually and asked, Is there any record of him cutting corners, taking kickbacks, accepting bribes, or selling army blueprints? No, if there was, I would have reported it to you long ago. Sylvia was sweating profusely. You're a beyond grade a virtual mechanic. You probably even know the size of my underwear. What can I hide from you at home? Then, I'll leave the logistics department to him for now. Han Xiao kept the information, turned to look at Reynold, and said with a smile, Nero is still a child. Studying at your place every day will leave a shadow in his heart. Bring him along this time and take him on a trip to planet Crimson Ring. Of course, a trip is a trip, but he can't stop studying. Reynold was enlightened. All right, His Excellency Blackstar mainly wanted to bring Nero on a trip, but he did not want his godson to have a vacation, so he brought him along as well. Sylvia instantly felt sour. I'm also His Excellency Blackstar's student, and I'm even his first follower. Why is teacher biased toward Reynold? I can be Nero's teacher too. I want to have a vacation too, you bastard. Don't worry, when I go out to fight Escod, you guys stay on planet Crimson Ring. You don't have to go with me, so there won't be any danger. Han Xiao then looked at Fu Ding. You can come with me too. You can take care of Nero too. Sure. Fu Ding smiled. Nero should be very happy. I don't know if he'll be happy or not, but I'm pretty happy, Han Xiaoshan chuckled. The main reason he brought along Fu Ding and Nero was because he believed in metaphysics. After all, dealing with Escod was extremely difficult, and bringing along two advanced protagonists might increase the success rate of the mission. With two advanced luck auras, it was better than having an unlucky guy like him acting alone. Han Xiao agreed to set off in 2 hours before announcing the end of the meeting. Everyone left, and Hardaway dragged Lagi, who was dozing off, out of the room as though he was throwing away a bag of trash. After the meeting ended, Reynold immediately returned to the logistics department to hand over the work to the deputy chief. He then returned to his office and opened the door to the cubicle. In the cubicle was Nero, who was doing his homework mechanically, pecking his little head. He had drunk the dragon blood potion and was awake, so he did not feel sleepy at all. It was as though he was imitating the way he dozed off during Blue Star's lessons to wake up his sleepiness. After checking Nero's homework, a look of satisfaction appeared on Reynolds' face. Although he was only teaching Nero according to Han Xiao's orders at the start, he grew to like this student more and more during the process of teaching him. He could see his own shadow in Nero. Although Nero wasn't as passionate about mechanical engineering as him, he was also hardworking. Nero had a strong point, and that was that he never slacked off. Even if the amount of homework left him in despair, Nero would still complete it seriously. This was the kind of student that Reynolds liked. After all, the mechanic class was different from the other classes. Knowledge was power, and the stronger the foundation, the smoother the growth would be. Reynolds was rather optimistic about Nero's future. With Reynolds' personality, he obviously would not say it out loud. He coughed and said, "Stop doing it. Pack your things. The army commander wants to bring you to the central galaxy for a vacation." Nero's stupefied eyes suddenly came to life, bursting with excitement and joy. "Godfather wants to bring me out to play. Ha ha ha. I finally don't have to do my homework anymore." Nero threw down his pen and was so excited that he was about to cry. "Godfather still dotes on me." The slight resentment in Nero's heart instantly disappeared, and he was overjoyed. He almost wanted to open his arms and praise Blackstar. No, praise his godfather. "Quickly pack your things. We will be setting off in a while. We still have to gather at the dock." Nero paused and turned his head mechanically. "Wait, the army commander wants me to go with you to supervise your studies." Reynolds was expressionless. Nero's happy expression froze on his face. Han Xiao waited for a while at the private dock, and Fu Ding was the first to arrive. The two of them chatted for a while before Reynolds and Nero arrived. Nero was carrying a small backpack. He was listless and looked as if he had nothing to live for. "Since everyone is here, let's set off." Han Xiao brought everyone onto the spaceship, and after making some adjustments, he let Philip take over and enter autopilot mode. The spaceship took off and entered space. After setting the destination as the Red Empire's military stargate in the Shattered Star Ring, it quickly switched to hyperdrive mode and began their journey. They had been to the Central Galaxy once last year, so this time, it was a walk in the park. After flying for a while, they successfully arrived at the military stargate. Through the stargate, they directly crossed a few starfields and teleported to the Crimson Ring star system in the Constellation Corridor. Under the guidance of the reception team, they passed through the Psionic Seal Ring and arrived at the dynasty's mother planet, Planet Crimson Ring. This is the capital of the Crimson Dynasty. Reynolds looked at the habitable satellites, large space fortresses, and orbital stations around Planet Crimson Ring, admiring the mechanical structures on them. How majestic! Nero looked at Planet Crimson Ring in a daze. This was much more majestic than his hometown, Blue Star. The group slowly landed, and the dynasty's emissary was already waiting at the dock. He respectfully bowed to Han Xiao and brought everyone into the core political area, Tarunamir Palace, to settle down in the official guest house. This was the legendary capital of a universal civilization, and Nero was curious about everything. If not for his godfather, he might not have been able to come here in his entire life. The emissary was full of smiles. "Your Excellency Blackstar, I'm in charge of the daily affairs of your group. You can look for me if you need anything." Then bring them around. The dynasty's mother planet is huge, so bring them to all the fun places, Han Xiao said. "Godfather, are you not coming with us? I still have something to do and need to meet the dynasty ruler." Han Xiao waved his hand and instructed the few of them not to wander around. He then headed straight to the core administrative building where Uranril was. He had already informed her beforehand, and Uranril was waiting to meet him. He brushed his face along the way and arrived at the ruler's office very quickly. The secretary knocked on the door, and Uranril's voice sounded from within. "Please come in." The door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. This was his second time meeting the ruler, and just like the first time, there was only Urinril and Clotty in the room. Blackstar, you're here. Please take a seat. Urinril nodded. Han Xiao nodded, and just as he sat down, Urinril spoke again. You contributed greatly during the battle on Planet Lighthouse. You did well. Previously, she had only praised him through long-distance communication, but this time, Urinril praised him in person. I only did a little bit of work. Han Xiao suddenly realized that this sentence was really useful. You're too humble. The dynasty has always rewarded those who contribute. Perhaps you already know that we will provide you with additional resources and give you preferential treatment in the division of the flickering world. Urinril paused for a moment before slowly saying, I can give you a hint. After the first phase of development is completed, we will build various infrastructures in the 3 star clusters. At that time, we will first allocate some territories to some of our allies and operate transit stations, colonial planets, trade planets, and civilian stargates. You can make a request regarding the division of territories, and I will consider your opinion. Han Xiao raised his brows. This means that I will be allowed to choose the first territory, right? This is not only because of my contribution but also because of the olive branch that the ruler's faction threw out. The development of a new starfield was a long-term plan, and the dynasty was not in a hurry. After the exploration, they would build roads. They would first operate the explored areas before slowly exploring the other star clusters. In the future, more star clusters would be unlocked, and the various allies would naturally receive more than one territory. This was a good thing for Han Xiao. After the first phase was completed, he would be able to obtain a territory. At that time, he would be able to officially develop a mechanical life civilization and move the Black Spirit race over. He would have much more freedom in his own territory than in the Shattered Star Ring. That was the territory that truly belonged to him, and he would not need to share it with other star system civilizations. I'm looking forward to it. Han Xiao smiled. Let's get back to business. The dynasty recruited you this time mainly for 2 things. You know that. First, the dynasty agreed to some conditions of the Arcane Church and unsealed the space-time amber of one of their beyond grade as. Therefore, we need your help. Han Xiao nodded to express that he understood. The second thing is to encircle and eliminate a Scod. This is also related to the first thing. The Arcane Church will only agree to join this operation if one of the seals is unsealed. Hearing this, Han Xiao was slightly surprised. The Arcane Church is also going to join the attack. He had not received this news before and was surprised to hear it for the first time. Isn't it just the Radiant Federation? The Arcane Church is. This is my idea. You dragged the Radiant Federation into the water, and I also called the Arcane Church. They are willing to join us in encircling and eliminating a Scod. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This was a pleasant surprise. With the Arcane Church joining in as well, the 3 universal civilizations would have a greater chance of eliminating a Scod. He pretended to ponder for a while before smiling. Originally, it was just us. Now that the 3 universal civilizations are working together, it saves us a lot of energy. Not only that, it's also because of you. Me? The dynasty can feel your killing intent toward a Scod. We're doing this to fulfill your wish. Han Xiao was a little flattered. Does this mean my suggestion did influence the Red Empire's decision? You're an important ally of the dynasty. Of course, we value your opinion. Urinril paused for a while before continuing. Let's end our conversation here. I still have some matters to attend to. The Arcane Church's team escorting the sealed beyond grade as has yet to arrive, and the 3 parties have yet to gather. You can stay on Planet Crimson Ring for a while. I'll inform you of the details of the operation. Okay. Han Xiao understood that she wanted him to leave and secretly curled his lips. It seemed like the dynasty ruler was really busy. Li Wanji was going to be F***ked again. He stood up and left the ruler's office. The door closed behind him, and Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely excited. Originally, the Red Empire was just going through the motions to deal with Escod. He was the one who made the 3 universal civilizations work together. It was only with his help that the current situation was formed. Furthermore, the situation was even better than he had expected. The three universal civilizations were encircling and suppressing Escod together. His determination to eliminate Escod was valued by the dynasty. This definitely had the effect of his political assets, which changed the ruler's decision. The influence that he had accumulated over the years finally came into play. It's finally my turn to return the favor, Escod. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Chapter 883. After leaving the ruler's government building, on the way to the guest house, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Milizors. Blackstar, you've arrived at Planet Crimson Ring? Milizors chuckled. Yeah, you're here too? I don't think I saw you. Not yet. We're having a remote meeting. Come online. Okay. Han Xiao entered the quantum network, found an encrypted channel, and projected his image. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a huge room. In front of him was a round table surrounded by more than a dozen thrones. His remote projection was sitting on one of the thrones. At this time, most of the thrones had projections, and only 4 were missing. Han Xiao looked around. The other projections were all dynasty allies, which was equivalent to the group chat of the Red Empire's Beyond Grade as. Usually, there was no one to organize it, so the group chat was empty. Now, most of the dynasties Beyond Grade as were online, and many of them were familiar faces. Dragon King Milizors, Incineration Bioni, Spaceship Emperor Maximila, Arcane Fox Ravenlouder, Star Slayer Vairu, and Tai Tai were online as well. Dark Emperor Clotty and another one of the dynasty's 3 pillars were not online. Haha, Blackstar is here. Bioni was the most enthusiastic, and his whole body glowed brightly. Everyone nodded at Han Xiao and took the initiative to greet him. The 2 brothers who fought side by side in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse had the most intimate tone. Maximila was also the friendliest, while Ravenlouder and Heba were indifferent. The others had equal attitudes, but they all had some respect. After the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, Han Xiao had the record of capturing a Beyond Grade A alive. Not only did he establish his position in the outside world, but his authority in the circle of the dynasty's Beyond Grade A allies also increased. Although Han Xiao was a newcomer to the dynasty's Beyond Grade A circle not long ago, he had already received the respect of his colleagues and was officially accepted into the circle. Furthermore, he had made it to a relatively middle-level position, which was higher than some ordinary Beyond Grade as. No one would deliberately provoke him like they did when they first met him. After all, the strong were respected, and the Beyond Grade as valued strength more. In the face of his colleagues' kindness, Han Xiao responded one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, the organizer of the gathering, Milizors, spoke. The other 4 fellows aren't coming, so there's no need to consider them. Let's discuss. Everyone knows that the dynasty has decided to send at least 3 Beyond Grade as to surround Escod. They've prepared a few name lists, but they have to ask for our opinion first. Blackstar doesn't need to be mentioned. He's determined to kill Escod, and I plan to help as well. Who else is interested? The way the universal civilizations commanded the Beyond Grade as was not a simple command. As long as it was not a crucial operation, most of the time, they would consider the wishes of the Beyond Grade as themselves and would not force their allies. Therefore, the Beyond Grade A allies of the 3 universal civilizations all had private meetings to exchange their opinions. Everyone was deep in thought, glancing at Han Xiao from time to time. Han Xiao looked around and noticed Milizors throwing a glance at him. He thought about it for a moment and understood. Milizors had learned about Han Xiao's determination to kill Escod from the dynasty and purposely gathered most of the dynasty's Beyond Grade as to give Han Xiao a chance to find helpers and teammates. This old dragon is really something. Han Xiao sighed. This time, Bioni shrugged and said, Blackstar, you were also present when we fought Escod the last time. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm an Esper, and Escod counters me. If you want me to go, you might as well let the other Espers go. I won't take up the slot. Han Xiao nodded. Indeed, Escod had super silence, which countered most espers. Bioni was right. He would not be able to go. However, understanding was one thing, but he still had to despise him. Heh, little brother. One word, noob. Seeing that no one said anything, Han Xiao spoke. The ruler has already revealed some information to me. This time, the dynasty will not be acting alone. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church will also join in. This is not just a formality but the best chance to get rid of Escod. Personally, I will not let go of this opportunity. If anyone is willing to help me, I will thank them after the matter is done. Hearing this, many people's eyes sparkled. Black Star was saying that if they helped him get rid of Escod, they would definitely get a share of the evolution cube. I'll participate. Raven Lauder was the first to speak. He had been looking forward to the evolution cube for a long time. Okay, who else? Milizors said calmly. As an ancient one, he did not get along well with Raven Lauder. Although their relationship was not good, he acknowledged Ravenlord's strength. A normal beyond grade A would not be able to become an ancient one. After all, this was an operation that Black Star valued, so Milizors hoped to help him choose some stronger teammates. As for the other two pillars of the dynasty, there was no need to consider them. Clotty was guarding Urinril, and the other one was guarding a starfield. Heba was also a little moved, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Some rejected, some were not interested, and some accepted. In the end, more than half of the Beyond Grade A allies decided to participate in this operation. Including Han Xiao, there were a total of 7 people. Milizors, Maximila, Raven Lauder, Vyaru, Kola, and Lotus Swordsman. These 6 would be the teammates participating in this operation to eliminate Escod. Kola was a pugilist, and Lotus Swordsman was a female psychic. After a round of calculations, there was not a single Esper in the team. Isn't 7 a little too many? Will the dynasty agree? Raven Lauder questioned. If the dynasty doesn't agree, we'll help as individuals. What can the dynasty do? Lotus Swordsman's tone was cold. The Red Empire had originally expected 3 to 5 people, but because of Han Xiao's reward from the evolution cube, the team had reached 7 people, which exceeded the dynasty's expectations. However, the dynasty did not have any objections to this. They could not stop their allies from privately asking for help, and it was not a bad thing. Han Xiao turned around and sized this female psychic up. She had long white hair, and her skin was purplish-blue with stripes. Her facial features were slightly similar to a human's, and she was very beautiful even in the eyes of the human race. She gave off a dreamy aura and had a unique sense of beauty. Lotus Swordsman was her name, not her nickname. Swordsman was her surname, and Lotus was her given name. She came from a unique race called the Rhaenys race. This race did not have any gender before the age of 15, but when they reached 15, their bodies would undergo a unique change. They could turn into a male or female on their own. According to the customs of the Rhaenys race, once their gender was determined, they could not change it in the future. Therefore, society placed a lot of emphasis on division of labor and cooperation. However, the gender determination ceremony determined their fate, and there were too many people who chose to turn into males every year. Even though society kept raising the status and benefits of females, the fertility rate was still decreasing year after year. Therefore, the Rhaenys race had set a quota for the number of people who had to turn into females every year to ensure the continuation of the race. Lotus Swordsman was a member of the Rhaenys race who was unfortunately chosen when she was young and was forced to turn into a female. Therefore, although the Rhaenys race had a Beyond Grade A, they did not receive any protection. Lotus Swordsman was independent of the civilization and operated her own organization. She had publicly announced that the Rhaenys race had nothing to do with her. His other teammate, Kola, was a lone Beyond Grade A who had completely sided with the dynasty. He did not have any organization and was a purebred muscular tyrant. He was not as strong as Heba, but he was still a Beyond Grade A combatant. I'll be counting on you guys then. Han Xiao suppressed his emotions and nodded to express his gratitude. After discussing for a while more, the gathering ended. Milizors went to inform the dynasty, and the remote projections all went offline. Han Xiao exited the quantum network and exhaled excitedly. The teammates had been decided. The dynasty had sent out 7 people, and together with the other 2 parties, there would be more than 10 beyond grade as. It would probably reach the scale of the battle on Planet Lighthouse. Furthermore, with so many people against Escod's situation would be much worse than the dynasties during the battle on Planet Lighthouse. Han Xiao clenched his fists excitedly. The situation before the battle was in his favor. I went to get my certificate in the afternoon and delayed writing for quite a while. My word count is a little lower today, so I booked the tickets a few days ago to watch Purple Potato Monster 2, How to Lose with Flying Dragon Face Riding tonight. I'll be a little genius who is immune to spoilers. Chapter 884. The dynasty's team was decided, and a team of 7 beyond grade as was an extremely powerful force. The number of beyond grade as exceeded the expectations of both Han Xiao and the dynasty. In the end, the dynasty agreed to the name list of the team and began gathering their fleet. However, before dealing with Escod, they had to fulfill the ethereal deal. The Arcane Church's team was still on the way. During this time, Han Xiao was on standby on planet Crimson Ring, so he accompanied Nero and the others to tour the dynasty's mother planet. Planet Crimson Ring was extremely large and had many floating cities. It was extremely prosperous and had many famous landmarks in the universe. Planet Crimson Ring was also the birthplace of the Red Empire's civilization, and there were many ruins that had been preserved from ancient times. It had a strong historical aura and was extremely valuable for archaeology and tourism. Under the guidance of the guide, Han Xiao and the others toured many scenic spots. In his previous life, Han Xiao belonged to the dynasty's faction, so he had naturally toured the dynasty's mother planet and was familiar with the situation there. Thus, he was not too curious and mainly accompanied Nero and the others to broaden Nero's horizons. Planet Crimson Ring had plenty of mission resources, but their value was not high for the current Han Xiao. Furthermore, his identity was different now, and every beyond grade A who stayed on the mother planet would be monitored by the dynasty's people. It was impossible for him to run errands for the citizens for no reason. Most importantly, this era was different from his previous life, and many of the people who gave out those familiar missions had not appeared yet. On this day, they came to visit the dynasty's Holy Palace Museum. This museum was the largest and most authoritative ancient museum in the Crimson Dynasty, preserving almost every historical relic and artifact from the Crimson Dynasty. It was one of the 3 Universal Civilizations official museums along with the Federation of Light Star Museum and the Arcane Church's God's Blessing Temple. It was one of the landmarks of Planet Crimson Ring. The Holy Palace Museum was an extremely large park, containing dozens of pavilions. The buildings were of different styles, representing the dynasty's different eras. It was extremely grand. The advantage of having a dynasty official guide beside them was that they did not need to line up or buy tickets. Han Xiao led Fu Ding, Reynold, and Nero past the long line and entered the museum through the special passage. His special privilege attracted attention. The tourists in the queue all looked over and whispered among themselves. That seems to be Black Star from the Shattered Star Ring. I've seen him on the news. I didn't expect to meet such a big shot. How lucky. Quick, take a picture. These tourists were all excited and took out their devices to take pictures. A Beyond Grade A Super was someone who held the authority of the universe. Their status was completely different from ordinary galactic residents. Meeting Han Xiao by coincidence was like meeting a celebrity on the streets. These tourists were of different races and came from different civilizations. The psionic seal ring was to protect the safety of the mother planet, but it was not to completely seal off the mother planet. At least, this would not be done in the era of interstellar openness. It was just that visitors had to undergo strict checks, and the visa period was very short. Every year, a large number of tourists would come to Planet Crimson Ring, boosting the local tourism industry. What the Empire cared about was not this small amount of money, but rather the influence of the Empire's culture through tourism. Han Xiao and his group walked into the museum and entered the main exhibition hall under the guidance of the guide. Different from the noise outside, the interior of the exhibition hall was extremely quiet. The atmosphere was solemn, and the ceiling was high. Looking up, the murals were like the canopy of the sky. The main exhibition hall was a place where the history of the Red Empire was told. Everyone listened to the guide's explanation and looked at the artifacts one by one. These artifacts included daily necessities, art artifacts, and obsolete ancient tools from various periods. The virtual screen at the side showed the origins of the artifacts and their history. Nero was filled with curiosity about the history of the empire. After carefully reading the introduction of every artifact, Fu Ding followed behind Nero. He was also very interested and was influenced by the culture of the empire. Reynolds' attention was mainly on the various ancient machines. These technologies were extremely outdated to the current standards, but Reynolds' interest in them was greater than the other artifacts. Han Xiao walked the fastest and came to the bottom of the 10 huge black stone tablets. These 10 tablets were so tall that they almost touched the ceiling of the exhibition hall. The history of the Red Empire was recorded on them from the beginning to the present. The development of the Red Empire was not smooth sailing. Basically, all civilizations started from the beginning and went from primitive to interstellar. The Red Empire also had a period of weakness. Throughout history, the empire's development had gone through many eras. It had also gone through technological advancements, social changes, internal and external wars, and various crises brought about by ideological reforms. The advancement of genetic technology had brought about the biochemical crisis. The advancement of machinery and artificial intelligence had brought about the crisis of intelligence, and the drastic changes in the mother planet's environment brought about by the heavy machinery era. With the advancement of technology, the civilization had encountered countless forks in the road. There were also the ancient universe-level disasters that were comparable to the main storyline of the various versions, such as the world-exterminating insect swarm, the universe organic extinction virus, the Void Riot, the Exploration Era War, and so on. There were countless crises of various sizes, and the civilization's history was fraught with disasters. In the end, the Red Empire's iron-blooded style was formed. From a small and weak civilization to one of the overlords of the universe, there had been too many ups and downs during this period. Standing under these 10 stone tablets, one could feel the history of a civilization that had stood for countless years. The feeling of time and weight of history seemed to hit one in the face. In front of the history of the entire civilization, an individual was incomparably small. Han Xiao was looking at the stone tablets in a daze when an old voice suddenly sounded beside him. "No matter when I see these stone tablets, I will always feel shocked." Han Xiao turned around and saw an old man wearing the uniform of a museum staff standing beside him. He looked kind, with a straight back and a straight posture. He seemed to have the demeanor of a soldier. "That's right. Every civilization that has reached the universal level has a heritage worthy of respect," Han Xiao added. The old man nodded, turned around to face Han Xiao, and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am the Deputy Director of the St. Palace Museum, Carl Fleur Weshandi." "Hello, Your Excellency Black Star." "Hello." Han Xiao also nodded in a friendly manner, but in his heart, he muttered, "Hello. Carl Fleur Weshandi?" This name sounds a little familiar. Generally speaking, the names that he was familiar with were all famous people in his previous life. Han Xiao did not dawdle. He searched through the memory palace while talking to this deputy director. Carl was a rather talkative old man. He did not care much about Han Xiao's identity and communicated with him with an equal attitude. "I have always been interested in the history of the empire. I have been guarding the museum for many years. I like to maintain the cultural relics here, and I always have different feelings," Carl said as he touched the stone tablet. Han Xiao glanced at the "Do Not Touch" sign under the stone tablet and decided to selectively ignore the deputy director's illegal actions. "Deputy Director Carl, you used to be a soldier?" "That's right. When I was young, I served in the 7th Reconnaissance Legion of the Empire and personally participated in 23 battles. Later on, I became the Chief of Staff of Remote Command, and finally a civilian job. After serving in the military for more than half of my life, I applied for retirement and became the deputy director of the St. Palace Museum, Karl said honestly. Instead of saying that he was explaining his background to Han Xiao, it was more like he was talking to himself, lost in his memories. Hearing this, Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He finally found the corresponding identity in the memory palace and secretly took a deep breath. He remembered who this guy was. To be precise, this retired officer in front of him was not a famous NPC, but his descendants were famous throughout the universe. The suffix of Karl's surname was Fleur Washandi, and in Han Xiao's memory, the future head of the Red Empire also had this surname. The future head of the Red Empire might very well be this old man's descendant. They had really bumped into a big fish this time. Han Xiao silently turned his head and glanced in the direction of Fu Ding and Nero before retracting his gaze. How terrifying. The goddess of luck did not just lift up her skirt, she even took off her underwear. Of course, according to the time, the future head of the Red Empire had not been born yet. However, since they had bumped into his ancestor, there was still value in getting to know him, and the value might even be higher. Han Xiao smiled and said, I haven't joined the dynasty for long, and I'm also very curious about the history of the dynasty. I wonder if you're interested in introducing it to me? It's my honor to explain the history of the dynasty to a beyond grade A ally. Karl laughed heartily. As a retired soldier of the older generation, he was very willing to tell others about the history of the Red Empire. This was also something he loved. For the rest of the day, Karl snatched the job of the tour guide and accompanied Han Xiao and the others to visit a portion of the exhibition hall. Han Xiao intentionally tried to befriend Karl, and the two of them chatted happily. When they left, they agreed to continue the next day. For the next 2 days, Han Xiao followed Karl around the St. Palace Museum. On the night of the second day, they finally finished visiting all the exhibition halls, and the two of them became much more familiar with each other. Han Xiao took the initiative to invite Karl's family out for a meal, but Karl did not agree. Instead, he invited Han Xiao to be a guest at his house, saying that he would personally show off his culinary skills to Han Xiao and the others. On the day of the appointment, Han Xiao and the others set off toward Karl's residence. As a retired high-ranking military officer, Karl was given preferential treatment by the government to stay in the living quarters of retired officials. He had a small villa on the dynasty's mother planet, which was not far from Tarunamir Palace, so it was very convenient to walk there. After passing through the sentry post, Han Xiao and the others arrived in front of the villa. Nero tiptoed and knocked on the door, and a rustling sound could be heard from within. They waited for a while before a middle-aged man opened the door. "Hello, Your Excellency Blackstar, please come in." The middle-aged man had an excited and respectful expression as he hastily invited them in. This person was Karl's eldest son, a civil servant in the Red Empire. With the protection of his father, his career was rather smooth, and he could be considered to have climbed to the middle ranks. However, in front of Han Xiao, it was clearly not enough. Knowing that his father had formed a connection with a high and mighty beyond grade A ally, his eldest son was extremely excited and had done a lot of homework for the gathering tonight. Walking into the hall, Karl poked his head out of the kitchen and said, "Your Excellency Blackstar, please take a seat first. The food still needs some time to prepare." "It's fine. Take your time. We have plenty of time." Han Xiao waved his hands. The few of them sat on the sofa in the hall. His eldest son accompanied him by the side, and there were 2 other people beside him. One was the second daughter, and the other was the youngest son. The former was an entrepreneur who ran a galactic travel agency, while the latter was a sculptor. This could be considered a rather common configuration in a high-ranking family. Apart from being respectful, there were also some trembling emotions. Looking at the decorations in the room, Han Xiao saw a picture of a woman hanging on the wall. It should be Karl's wife who had passed away. Karl had 3 children. Han Xiao tried to recall, but he could not remember which branch the future dynasty ruler belonged to. It was not that he could not remember, but this was too small, and he had never paid attention to it in his previous life. However, based on the occupations of the 3 of them, there was an 80% chance that they were the descendants of his eldest son. His eldest son wanted to befriend him, and his words were filled with flattery. The other two occasionally chatted with him, but they did not dare to open their mouths. Han Xiao did not reject his eldest son's friendliness and casually chatted with them for a while. Carl finally carried the dishes out of the kitchen, placed them on the table, and called everyone to the table to eat. The dishes were all home-cooked dishes of the Crimson Dynasty, and the culinary skills were not bad. Nero ate happily, and his eldest son took over Phaedon's job, passionately picking up food for Nero and licking it skillfully. The children at the table were the best tools. After the meal, the second daughter and youngest son took the initiative to clean up, while the others returned to the living room and sat on the sofa to chat. It could be seen that Carl was very happy today, and he smiled a lot. It's still Sir Blackstar who has the most face. These three bastards always say that they're busy and don't have time to come back to see me. But as soon as you came, they all came running back. Especially that brat at the side, he's even more enthusiastic than me. Carl laughed. Cough cough. His eldest son felt a little awkward and drank a cup of water to calm himself down. Han Xiao revealed a smile and turned to his eldest son. What is your position in the Red Empire? His eldest son's eyes lit up and he immediately spoke of his position. Oh, it's not bad to be able to sit in this position. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and continued, if you need any help in the future, you can look for me. Give me your number. That's great. Thank you, Your Excellency Blackstar. His eldest son was overjoyed and had a grateful expression on his face. The reason why he was so passionate was to obtain the protection of Blackstar. As an official, his political sense was pretty good. Blackstar's position was high, and he was valued by both the head of state and the military. It was enough to have a positive influence on his career. Furthermore, with Blackstar's age, he could still protect the Red Empire for many years. His position would definitely be higher, and with this connection, his future would be boundless. Carl did not like his eldest son's actions, and he felt that his relationship with Blackstar had become a little complicated. However, he would not stop his eldest son's opportunity and sighed. By the way, there's one more thing. I brought gifts for all of you, Han Xiao said with a smile. Sigh, there's no need for gifts. Carl waved his hands. That won't do. How can I come empty-handed? Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and 10 compressed orbs flew out and landed on the table. These are 10 mechanical guards that I personally created. After some modifications, they're equipped with a signal transmitter that notifies me. Press the button when you're in danger, and I'll know that you're in danger. I'll release my mechanical force and activate the mechanical guards remotely to protect your personal safety. With the support of my long-range mechanical force, the mechanical guards should be able to deal with calamity-grade dangers. Isn't this a little too expensive? Carl hesitated. Hearing this, Han Xiao laughed and said playfully, haha, I'm a mechanic. All right, thank you for your kindness. Carl didn't hesitate and put away the 10 compressed orbs. He was already old and did not care about his own safety, but he had to consider the safety of his descendants. The value of the mechanical guards given to him by a beyond grade A super was too high. Blackstar's lifespan was very long, and as long as he was alive, these 10 compressed orbs would be passed down as family heirlooms. After giving out the gifts, the relationship between the two parties became much closer. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao and the others bade farewell and left. After leaving Carl's villa, Han Xiao's lips curled up. He had made friends with the ancestor of the future dynasty ruler in advance. If he really became the ancestor of the future dynasty ruler, things would be interesting. With a small investment, there was a chance of great returns. There was no reason not to make such a deal. As he thought about it, Han Xiao's hand patted Nero's head. Nero enjoyed the feeling of being patted, and he tilted his head back to look at Han Xiao. You're really my little lucky star. Han Xiao chuckled. Nero blinked. Although he did not understand what Han Xiao meant, he could tell that Han Xiaoshan was in a good mood. He took the opportunity to ask, then, can you reduce my homework? Sure, in your dreams. Nero shook his head vigorously and shook off Han Xiao's hand. He then placed his bag on his head and did not let Han Xiao pat his head. Han Xiao brought Nero and the others on a tour while earning the favor of Karl's family. After a period of time, the dynasty finally gave him an official order. The Arcane Church's escort team was about to arrive at the transaction location, and he could set off. Han Xiao left Nero and the others on the dynasty's mother planet and followed the dynasty's fleet to meet up with the ethereal escort team to complete the transaction of removing the seal of a beyond grade A. M. Chapter 885. While he was at it, he counted the number of times he had applied for leave. Looking at the calendar, this was the second time this year. There were 365 days in a year. Last year, he applied for leave a total of 15 times, which added up to about half a month. This year, he would try to keep the number of days he applied for leave below 7 times. 1 day of leave for godly mechanic, 2/7. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 886. Sector 1749C was the border area between the Constellation Corridor and the Bright Silver Arm. The Red Empire and the Arcane Church had a large number of troops stationed here all year round. With the help of the Stargates in the dynasty's headquarters, Han Xiao arrived at this border area in just a few days. This was the location of the deal between the dynasty and Ethereal. The battleship stopped beside the outpost, and Han Xiao's spaceship received a communication from the outpost commander. Your Excellency Blackstar, the escort team of the Arcane Church has arrived and is waiting to take over. The official location is a desolate planet deep in the strategic zone between the two sides. His Excellency Milizors and the outpost will escort you to your destination. Milizors is here too. Han Xiao raised his brows. As soon as he said that, Milizors' voice sounded in the channel. I've been here for a long time and have been waiting for you. The dynasty sent me here just to prevent any accidents. Although the chances are very small, we can't rule out the possibility of them snatching the space-time amber. Got it. Han Xiao nodded. Commander, let's set off now. Heavy dynasty battleships flew out from the outpost one after another, escorting Han Xiao's fleet. Milizor's enormous body soared in space and followed beside the main ship that Han Xiao was on. The two of them were about the same size. The fleet did not use hyperdrive but moved forward in the normal mode. After traveling for a while, a desolate planet appeared in their field of vision and gradually enlarged in everyone's eyes. The fleets of the Arcane Church and the Red Empire had already arrived on this planet, and the two sides were facing each other outside the atmosphere. At the center of the confrontation, there was an escort team of the Arcane Church. Dylan, who was sealed in the space-time amber, stood on the ground. The shock and anger on his face were still as vivid as ever. The beyond grade A that the dynasty had promised to unseal was Dylan. The weakest beyond grade A would often receive preferential treatment from the opponent. Han Xiao first scanned the situation of this planet and confirmed that there were no traps. However, he had been caught off guard by the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device during the battle on Planet Lighthouse. Thus, he did not let his guard down. We're here, Your Excellency Blackstar. Let's go. On the bridge of the main ship, the Imperial emissary respectfully invited Han Xiao to set off together. Han Xiao nodded and followed the special envoy to the backup cabin. He walked into a flying vehicle in the atmosphere and piloted the vehicle to leave the main ship and slowly land. In his line of sight, the red land was getting closer and closer. Bang! The cuboid vehicle landed on the ground, and the hatch slid open. Han Xiao stepped onto the red sand-like ground. He walked to the front of the ethereal escort team and glanced at them. Then, he looked at the amber and met Dylan's eyes. The Imperial envoy stepped forward to negotiate with the ethereal emissary. After a while, the Imperial envoy stepped back and nodded to Han Xiao. Your Excellency Blackstar, please remove the seal. Hearing that, Han Xiao walked forward and stood in front of Dylan. He suddenly turned around to look at the ethereal escort team and saw that everyone was staring at him. The great mechanic Han raised his eyebrows. He stepped lightly on the ground, and lightning flashed. The next moment, The ground he stepped on turned into a metal nanomaterial. This silver color quickly spread out and covered an area with a diameter of 5 meters, turning it into a metal surface. Then, a circular metal wall rose from the edge of the area and gathered above his head, covering the entire area and blocking everyone's vision. Obviously, Black Star did not intend to let others see how he removed the seal. Everyone was a little disappointed and could only wait quietly. After a full 10 minutes, the metal nano barrier folded and returned to Han Xiao's hands. Dylan's seal had disappeared, and he sat on the ground with a face full of shock and fear. "Your Excellency Dylan, are you okay?" The ethereal escort team hurriedly went to help him. "I'm fine." Dylan quickly came back to his senses. He rejected the help and stood up on his own. He stared at Han Xiao in front of him with anger, hostility, fear, and many other emotions in his eyes. Most importantly, he still had lingering fear. "How have you been in the past few months?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Dylan shivered, and the fear in his eyes grew. He subconsciously took a step back, not daring to get close to Han Xiao. His body was frozen by the space-time amber, but his mind was still running. He could clearly feel his body, but he could not control it no matter what. This feeling was extremely torturous, like a ghost pressing down on his bed. During the time he was trapped, Dylan felt like every day was a year. If not for the fact that his mental body was strong and his will strong, he felt that he might have been driven crazy. Although a few months of imprisonment was not enough to wipe out the consciousness of a beyond grade A, he had already sensed that his soul was weakening. If he continued being trapped, his soul might be destroyed in the end. Dylan could not help but be shocked by this possibility. Not only could it imprison an individual, but it could also wipe out the consciousness of the prisoner. Even a beyond grade A would not be able to resist it. The terror of the space-time amber terrified him, and he did not want to experience it again in his life. Han Xiao looked around and suddenly said, "The seal has been removed. Where's your ambush? You can come out now." He always felt that the Arcane Church would place their troops in the nearby area. Once the transaction was completed, they would send out 300 executioners. "We didn't set up an ambush." The ethereal emissary's mouth twitched. "Is that so? I thought you would try to deal with me. This time, not only would you be able to snatch the evolution cube, but you would also be able to obtain the space-time amber. I didn't expect there to really be no ambush." Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. "Looks like you've really been beaten into submission." The ethereal emissary's face froze, and a wave of humiliation and anger surged in his heart. Black Star had already proven himself with his battle results. For the sake of their sealed allies, the Arcane Church really did not plan to take any more risks. Furthermore, this was the border between the two sides, and the dynasty was vigilant. It was impossible for them to launch a sneak attack. Of course, at the end of the day, these reasons were actually cowardice. It was precisely because what he said was not wrong that it hit the ethereal emissary's sore spot. The ethereal emissary could not refute. With a straight face, he clenched his teeth and said, "Since the transaction is completed, we'll be leaving first. Hopefully, there will be similar transactions in the future." Han Xiao stroked his chin and said, "You're leaving just like that? Dylan, we wouldn't have known each other if we didn't fight. Aren't you going to stay and catch up with me?" The ethereal emissary immediately became vigilant. "Your Excellency Black Star, what do you want to do?" The meeting point was in the middle of the border because both sides had their concerns. The dynasty was afraid that Ethereal would launch another sneak attack, and Ethereal was afraid that the dynasty would go back on their words and capture Dylan again. Therefore, the people of the Arcane Church easily misunderstood Han Xiao's words, although he did it on purpose. "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that we'll snatch him away?" Han Xiao curled his lips. The ethereal emissary pursed his lips and did not say anything. Dylan's face tightened and replied, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll personally visit the Black Star Corps. Then I hope you'll come with good intentions." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Otherwise, what happened in the past few months will happen to you again." Hearing this, Dylan, who was quite stubborn, remembered the feeling of being sealed. He slightly shrank his body and did not say anything else. Facing Han Xiao, He slowly backed away and put a sufficient distance between them. Shua. A few tractor beams landed on Dylan and the others, sucking them back into the battleship. Han Xiao watched as Dylan spiraled into the sky. Then, the arcane church fleet in outer space quickly turned around and left the planet. The deal is done. Let's go back. Han Xiao patted the emissary's shoulder, turned around, and walked toward the flying vehicle with a playful look on his face. The arcane church would definitely ask about how he felt when he was sealed, and Dylan would definitely cooperate. Then, the arcane church would know that the sealed beyond grade as could still think, and if they were sealed for too long, their consciousness might die. The arcane church originally did not know about the possibility of death from the spacetime amber, but after receiving Dylan's report, they would definitely be anxious and would have no choice but to break the seals on the others as soon as possible. This way, they would be even weaker in the negotiations with the Empire. In order to save time, they might have to compromise with even more excessive conditions. Even a mute could not voice his grievances. One word: miserable. Heh, I tricked this bunch of scammers again. Han Xiao laughed in his heart. A person's happiness was often built on the pain of others. Lu Xun was not lying. The deal went smoothly, and Han Xiao followed the troops back to the dynasty's border outpost. He then received news from the dynasty's upper echelons that the arcane church would send out beyond grade as to participate in the operation to annihilate Escod. It was confirmed that the few dynasty allies participating in the operation had already left and were heading to the designated assembly point. They would then set off together and set foot in the Primeval Star River. After resting in the outpost for a while, Milizors came over. Blackstar, I'm going to the assembly point directly. Do you have anything else to do? Same here. There's nothing else. All right, let's go together. The injuries from the 10,000 deity scepter have not completely healed yet. Do you still have that? Give me a few hundred needles. I do have that recovery medicine, but, you know the equivalent exchange, right? Tell me, how much dragon blood do you want? Do you want mine? Cough cough, we'll talk on the way. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. As expected, as long as one crossed the bottom line, there would be a second time. Milizors originally refused to provide his dragon blood, but seeing that Han Xiao had collected quite a lot, he seemed to have given up. Since he already had it, there was no harm in giving some more. It also sounded a little strange and exciting. The two of them did not waste any time at the border and set off together. The security in the dynasty was good, and other than Milizors being a little anemic, the two of them did not encounter any other problems. They were the first to arrive at the assembly point and waited for the other allies to arrive. At the same time, in a certain desolate universe belt in the Primeval Star River, the fallen Ark fleet was hovering above a fixed star, and its energy shield was blocking out the powerful radiation energy. In the large command room of the main ship, Harkison stood in front of the porthole and looked at a certain spot on the surface through the zoom function. That was where Escod had landed. The energy of the fixed star formed a huge whirlpool with Escod at the center. The accumulated energy of the fixed star was too dazzling, and even with the senses of a calamity grade, it was difficult to see Escod's figure clearly. The chaotic flow of particles interfered with the detection radar, and the target area was even covered by Escod's concealment Esper ability. No one could see what Escod was doing on the fixed star. His Excellency Escod has already told us to stop here for 2 days. What is he doing up there? One of the crew members was impatient. I don't know. Harkison lightly pulled on his tongue. This was a habit he had when he was hesitating. 2 days ago, Escod had told them to wait in the outer space of this fixed star while he landed on the fixed star, absorbing energy like a bottomless hole, forming an expanding energy whirlpool on the surface of the fixed star. On the surface of the fixed star, Escod opened his arms, and an endless stream of fixed star energy flowed into his body. He had the Esper ability to absorb energy from the outside world, and it was called Esper ability, Black Hole. He had once displayed this ability when fighting Han Xiao. As the energy flowed in, black mist-like figures separated from Escod's body and turned into black crystal ball-like objects. They floated around Escod, and a dark red light shone in the center of the spheres. These black spheres were all doppelgangers that Escod had created by absorbing energy crazily. The stronger a person was, the greater the improvement they would receive when using the evolution cube. Escod's strength had increased tremendously, but he could feel that his body had yet to be completely transformed. A considerable amount of evolution energy was deposited in his cells, like a treasure sealed in a box. The evolution of his life level was the key to opening the box. Escod did not have an interface, so he did not know that this was the first time an expert used the evolution cube to obtain an additional race evolution opportunity. If he were to complete a new advancement in the future, then he would be completely reborn. However, the evolution cube did not have the ability to level up or advance, so Escod did not receive such an enhancement. However, although the evolution energy could not allow Escod to break through, it did release some restrictions on his abilities. For example, the burden on his genetic chain. Due to the conflict in his genetic chain, Escod's main body could not have too many abilities at the same time. His doppelgangers could make up for this, and the Esper abilities that were given to his doppelgangers could not be used by his main body. However, there was an obvious flaw in this method. Escod was not able to create doppelgangers without any burden, because the ability to maintain the existence of his doppelgangers was an Esper ability that needed to be activated all the time. If Escod's main body was a computer, every Esper ability was a program, and the upper limit of his genetic chain was the memory. Thus, maintaining his doppelgangers meant that the program was always on and occupied his memory. The stronger the doppelgangers, the more doppelgangers there would be, and the more memory the program would occupy. Only when the memory was empty could there be space for other Esper abilities. Thus, Escod did not use his doppelgangers in a head-on battle largely because of this. Doppelgangers would weaken his main body's combat ability to a certain extent. However, the evolution cube changed this point and optimized his genetic chain according to his own characteristics. Simply put, it was to expand his memory and optimize his program. The upper limit of his genetic chain increased, and the burden on his Esper abilities decreased, which meant that more Esper abilities could be used at the same time. To Escod, this was a fundamental enhancement. His doppelganger Esper ability underwent a transformation because of this. The current upper limit of his genetic chain was enough to support Escod to create more beyond grade A doppelgangers, far exceeding the previous limit. Furthermore, his main body still had plenty of memory. The quantitative change had reached a qualitative change. It could be said that the optimization brought by the evolution cube had even changed Escod's combat style to a certain extent. Escod was absorbing the energy of the fixed star here to create a large number of doppelgangers in preparation for the revenge of his enemies. After angering the Arcane Church and the Red Empire, Escod knew that these two organizations would surround him for the nth time sooner or later. Now that these two organizations were about to make a move, he would not wait for them to come knocking on his door without making any preparations. Escod cherished his life because only by living could he fulfill his wish. However, he was not afraid of danger because fighting was the path to becoming stronger. Cherishing his life and being fond of fighting were two characteristics that existed in him at the same time. The encirclement of universal civilizations had always been the best opportunity for him to test his strength. Only by fighting with a beyond grade A would he be able to accurately gauge his strength. This encirclement was also an opportunity in his eyes, and its significance was not ordinary. This was the first time he was going to fight a beyond grade A after his evolution. Escod's heart was filled with anticipation. He would only know how strong the evolution cube had made him after he gave it a try. Recommended a book, The Capital is Earth, by White Rice. Introduction. Took off his diapers at the age of 3, stopped wetting the bed at the age of 5, peed 30 feet in the wind at the age of 10. Being obsessed with his own beauty, Lin Ming never thought that he would become a warrior. However, after putting on his military uniform and picking up his gun, the entire galaxy became his battlefield. Chapter 887. The dynasty's encirclement team was gathered in a military area, which was a crucial interstellar field teleportation node. The military Stargate station here was directly connected to the Primeval Star River. The Stargate network of the three universal civilizations extended in all directions. With the central galaxy as the center, the Stargate network connected all the star fields. This was one of the foundations of maintaining their dominance. After waiting for a few days, the other dynasty allies who participated in the operation arrived one after another. After the 7 of them arrived, they all boarded the flagship of the dynasty fleet. In the command room of the bridge, the 7 of them gathered together and greeted each other. Everyone's relationship was different, but since it was a cooperative operation, it was necessary for them to get to know each other. During Han Xiao's first trip to the dynasty's mother planet, Kola had also been present, and the two of them had met before. However, Lotus Swordsman was the dynasty ally who had met for the first time. "Your Excellency Black Star." Lotus Swordsman nodded slightly. Her white hair was tied into a long braid, and her expression was cold and indifferent. "Hello, this must be the first time we've met." Han Xiao also greeted her politely and extended his hand. Lotus Swordsman lowered her eyes and glanced at Han Xiao's outstretched hand. She hesitated for a while and shook her head, not intending to shake his hand. "I don't like anyone touching my body. Sorry." "Understood." Han Xiao did not mind and retracted his hand. Many beyond grade as had different habits, so he respected her wishes. This time, Milizor's magic avatar came over and patted Han Xiao's shoulder. "Your Excellency Lotus is our main point of attack in this operation. Her psychic ability is very unique and has extremely strong psychic penetration. It's not that exaggerated." Lotus Swordsman shook her head and said calmly, "Escod also has a psychic esper ability that can protect his soul. At least compared to other aspects, the soul is one of Escod's few weaknesses." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded and agreed. Including his doppelganger, he had fought Escod 3 times. Together with the information from his previous life, he had a good understanding of Escod's abilities. Escod's scariest advantage was that he had collected all kinds of esper abilities, so he had almost no shortcomings. He had high mobility abilities such as dimension crack and teleportation, as well as abilities such as strong self-healing and black hole to ensure the safety of his physical body. He also had all kinds of powerful attack, control, defense, transformation, and mental esper abilities. Compared to his physical body, Escod's soul was not that strong, so attacking from the soul level was more efficient. After chatting for a while, the commander of the fleet walked in. He saluted the 7 beyond grade as and said with a deep voice, "The fleet is ready. If there are no other questions, we will head to the Primeval Star River." As one of the Empire's 3 pillars, Milizor's had the highest status in the team. He glanced around, and seeing that no one had any objections, he exchanged glances with Han Xiao and nodded. "Let's go." "All right." The commander came before the control panel and issued an order in the entire fleet channel. With a solemn expression, he said with a deep voice, "The Escod encirclement operation has officially begun. All troops, move out." The dynasty fleet moved out, and the battleships spat out propulsion flames as they entered the Stargate one after another. At this moment, Han Xiao's expression changed slightly. Just as the commander announced the start of the operation, a mission notification popped up on his interface, and there were 2 of them. The first mission was, Dynasty Battle Campaign, Fallen Ark, Repeatable. This was a faction series mission that could be refreshed repeatedly, and Han Xiao had done it once before. The small objectives in the mission were to kill different numbers and types of Fallen Ark members, and the mission with the most rewards was to deal with Escod. Reducing a certain amount of Escod's health would give him a huge amount of experience and dynasty contribution points, and destroying an Escod doppelganger would reward him with an Escod descent card. Han Xiao's Escod character summon card was obtained from this mission. The second mission was, Mortal Enemy of the 3 Universal Civilizations. Mortal Enemy of the 3 Universal Civilizations, Mission Introduction. Chaos gives birth to order, and order gives birth to chaos. They transform each other but also oppose each other. The 3 universal civilizations rule the explored universe and are the embodiment of the established order, while Escod is the spokesperson of chaos and violence. He pursues strength by hook or by crook, and he has been given titles such as Slaughterer of Life, Guide of the Crazy Believers, and so on. All the criminals in the universe are gathered under his command, spreading fear throughout the universe. The three universal civilizations are always thinking of getting rid of this cancer of the universe, and for this goal, they have once again united today, and you have participated in this glorious operation. Mission requirements: follow the three universal civilizations to deal with Escod. Reward: according to the damage dealt to Escod, both the main body and doppelganger can be dealt, and it will be calculated as a percentage of HP. You will receive a random reward when you reach 20%, and you will receive a character summon card Escod when you reach 75%. If you deal more than 100% of Escod's HP, it will only be counted as 100%. Additional mission requirements: cooperate with the three universal civilizations and successfully capture or kill Escod. Additional reward: randomly draw 3 of Escod's abilities. Each time, you can choose a specific type of ability or talent, and it can be drawn 3 times or all at once. It's out. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, with the three universal civilizations working together to annihilate Escod, it was impossible for there not to be a mission for such a big event. He had done the first mission before, so he looked away after a glance. The second mission was the main one, and it seemed to have been triggered by the joint operation. The joint operation of the three universal civilizations was largely driven by him, so it could be said that he had created this mission himself. Escod was full of treasures, and the reward for randomly drawing his abilities was extremely generous. Furthermore, the random draw mechanism this time was different from the previous missions. In the past, the type of ability could not be chosen, and talents and abilities would be drawn together. This time, it was more targeted. There was also a breakthrough in the number of chances, reaching 3. Furthermore, unlike the previous one-time draw, this time it could be drawn 3 times. This meant that the maximum number of random options had increased from 5 to 15, and there were more possibilities. However, the more generous the reward, the more difficult it would be. The strength of the evolved Escod was unknown. While Han Xiao was happy, he was also worried about the success rate of this operation. Han Xiao looked at everyone. The other dynasty allies had calm expressions. Although they knew that they were going to deal with Escod, they did not show any signs of urgency. Among everyone, only he knew what it meant if they could defeat Escod. This might be a battle that concerned the fate of the entire explored universe. It also concerned whether he could develop steadily. In order to eliminate the hidden danger of the World Tree, even if there was no reward, he had to defeat Escod. Thinking of this, Han Xiao calmed down. The dynasty has already created enough favorable conditions. The rest will depend on the actual operation. The Prime Valstar River was a vast starfield, even larger than the Shattered Star Ring. It was divided into 31 star clusters, controlled by 4 supercluster civilizations. Its prosperity was comparable to the Sea of Star Spirits, and it was in the second tier of the universe. The first tier was the Central Galaxy. Because the three universal civilizations strictly controlled the Central Galaxy, there were countless organizations in the second-tier starfields like the Prime Valstar River. For example, the headquarters of the Ancient Ones was located in the Prime Valstar River. In history, the Prime Valstar River had its glory days. During the exploration era, it was the headquarters of a quasi-universal civilization. This civilization was a strong competitor of the three universal civilizations back then. Unfortunately, they did not survive the exploration era war and disappeared. At that time, many local star cluster and star system civilizations were also destroyed in the war, leaving behind many ruins. In terms of the number of ruins, the Prime Valstar River was second only to the ancient Star Desert. Similarly, there were many desolate universe belts, which were densely distributed. Because they had a mission, the dynasty fleet did not delay and arrived at the rendezvous point. A few days later, the teams from the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church finally arrived and met up with the dynasty fleet. Han Xiao also saw the people sent by the other 2 organizations. 3 from the Arcane Church. 1 from the Radiant Federation. Including the dynasty, there were a total of 11 beyond grade as. Chapter 888. Somewhere in the Primeval Star River, the fleets sent by the Red Empire, the Radiant Federation, and the Arcane Church gathered. The 11 beyond grade as who participated in this operation gathered in the strategic meeting room of the dynasty's flagship to discuss their strategy. According to the intelligence, Escod is currently at this location. A virtual screen displayed the star map of the Primeval Star River, and a certain desolate region had a red dot that represented Escod's location. The commander of the dynasty's fleet stood beside the virtual screen and explained the situation to everyone with a serious expression. The purpose of the three fleets was to deal with the millions of battleships Escod brought with him, and the commander's mission was to fully cooperate with the Beyond Grade A allies. That's an ancient battlefield. Many planets were destroyed by the exploration era, and that region is filled with a large number of wandering meteorites. Manison nodded. He was a big shot in the Primeval Star River and was familiar with the situation in the starfield. The only Beyond Grade A sent by the Radiant Federation was Manison. He did not come personally but sent a mechanical shell with 3 mechanical planetary fortresses that stored a large number of mechanical troops. Although Manison was only one person, the armed forces he had brought over were not inferior to any fleet. He could almost be considered a faction of his own. A Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church knocked on the table and asked, "We only saw Escod's eyewitnesses. We only have the reports of Escod's troops. Where did this accurate location information come from? Can it be trusted?" This is the information provided by the local supercluster civilization of the Primeval Star River. They have deployed a comprehensive surveillance system in the Primeval Star River, and after receiving the report, they started to track Escod's troops. According to the location they provided, we used a star map to verify it. The result is correct, and the accuracy of the information can be guaranteed. The dynasty commander replied solemnly. The 4 supercluster civilizations controlled the Primeval Star River and had placed a large number of spies in this star field. Escod's appearance was enough to attract their attention, and under the dynasty's request, they shared Escod's location and cooperated with it. However, they did not know the details of the joint operation between the 3 parties. After locking onto the location, they would be able to rush forward through the Stargate network and stop Escod. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at them. The 3 Beyond Grade as sent by the Arcane Church this time were all people who did not participate in the battle on Planet Lighthouse. They were all psychics, mags, and launchers. This meant that there was not a single Esper among the 11 of them. The more noteworthy one was the Cannon Master, nicknamed Sun Hunter. He was a member of the Ancient Ones and the strongest of the 3 from the Arcane Church. He was familiar with the Mecha Empire, Milizors, and Raven Lauder. This fellow's body was very pocket-sized, only the size of a palm, but its body was extremely dense. It was an almost extinct race in the universe, and its body had some characteristics of insects. At this time, it was wearing a miniature mecha and sitting cross-legged on the table. His body was small, but his weapons were mechanical guns and cannons thousands of times larger than him. The contrast was huge. Han Xiao remembered that Aesop had once reminded him that some of the Ancient Ones were secretly looking for information about him, and this Sun Hunter was one of them. At first, he thought that this Cannon Master was looking for him to ask him to forge a weapon, but after thinking about it, he eliminated this possibility. The Ancient Ones did not need to ask a new Beyond Grade A mechanic to forge a weapon for them. During the meeting, Han Xiao had been observing the teammates sent by the other 2 parties. There was no need to talk about the Mecha Empire, as he could not see anything from their mechanical bodies. However, the Arcane Church seemed to have a bad attitude toward the dynasty's allies and the Mecha Empire. Han Xiao still did not know that the 10,000 deity scepter had been snatched away by the Radiant Federation. The Arcane Church was most angry with the Radiant Federation for taking advantage of the situation. With Ninja missing, the Beyond Grade A allies under Ethereal naturally would not be nice to the Mecha Empire. If not for the fact that they had a common enemy in Escod, the 2 sides would have fought on the spot. Since we know Escod's location, the initiative of the battle is in our hands. We need a battle strategy, Milizors said. You're right. Although Escod is a battle maniac, he's not a brute. There's no reason for him not to run when he sees the 11 of us. As long as he abandons his fleet and uses teleportation to escape, we won't be able to catch up to him. Sun Hunter replied. Although his body was small, his voice wasn't soft at all. It was as if there was a ball of muffled thunder in his chest. With a buzzing echo, the room trembled slightly. Han Xiao calmed himself down, knocked on the table, and said with a serious expression, "With so many beyond grade A combatants participating in this operation, it's obvious that they're not here to do business but to get rid of Escod. If we want to succeed, there are two problems that have to be solved. First, we can't let Escod escape as soon as he sees him. Second, we have to reduce Escod's mobility and make him lose his advantage of fighting and escaping whenever he wants." Everyone nodded. Although the three universal civilizations had failed to encircle Escod many times in history, there were very few joint operations of this scale. Some of the beyond grade A allies present were only here to accept the mission and did not care about Escod's life or death. However, if they could not take down Escod with so many of them working together, it would be embarrassing for them. Thus, everyone present wanted to complete this mission and get rid of Escod, the mortal enemy of the three universal civilizations. The beyond grade as were resilient, and they had failed many times in history, so they would not have the mindset that they would fail this time. The first problem is easy to solve. Man Ison calmly said, Escod won't foolishly fight 11 beyond grade as head-on. We only need to split into two groups. The first group will fight Escod head-on and think of a way to delay him. The rest will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to strike. Han Xiao nodded in agreement. Escod was not an iron doll and would not try to fight 11 beyond grade as head-on. Although they had a lot of combatants, they definitely could not all appear at once. Otherwise, Escod would not even be able to fight once he saw so many of them. He would directly leave the fleet behind and run away, leaving the 11 of them behind to do nothing. You're right. The first batch of beyond grade as has to match the strength of the encirclement without scaring Escod away, Ravenlouder interrupted. Therefore, I think 4 or 5 beyond grade as is a better plan. It's best if it's 5. Escod has undergone an evolution, and his strength has increased. He definitely wants to test his strength. 5 people should match his expectations, Han Xiao said. Usually, the strength of the people sent to encircle Escod was equivalent to 3 ordinary beyond grade as. Escod's original strength was not a problem for him to deal with 3 ordinary beyond grade as, and he could escape unscathed even if he fought against 4 or 5 of them. As for higher level beyond grade as, that was another matter. However, as long as he wanted to run, no one would be able to stop him. With 5 people, not only could they give Escod pressure, they could also make Escod feel that the risk was not high and that there was no need for him to escape. Then, the first group will be 5 people. 3 from the dynasty and 2 from Ethereal. Don't let Escod discover that the Radiant Federation is involved for the time being. Everyone quickly came up with a plan. This time, Milizors spoke again. However, if we don't restrict Escod's teleportation, the ambush will be meaningless. Even if we launch a surprise attack, Escod can escape at any time. Thus, restricting his mobility is more important. Otherwise, the operation will definitely fail. Hearing this, the mage from the Arcane Church spoke. That's right. The 5 of us will hold Escod back, and the work of restricting Escod's mobility will be done by the ambushers. This will require us to use space magic to envelop the battlefield and cut off the multidimensional and subspace channels in this area. This will temporarily separate this area and cut off Escod's dimension crevice ability. We also have to make spacetime more stable so that all teleportation and hyperdrive abilities will be ineffective. This will turn the battlefield into a spacetime locked area. This is a huge project. Everyone nodded. This was an effective method to trap Escod, and it had been proven in history. However, it was getting harder and harder to achieve. Firstly, this would require a lot of time. The larger the battlefield, the more work it would take to modify it with space magic. Even a beyond grade A mage would not be able to complete it quickly. Secondly, Escod's alertness was not low and would usually escape before the spacetime locked area was formed. Even if Escod fell into a trap, It was not as if he had nowhere to run. He could still use normal methods to break out or use some Esper abilities to slowly create a spacetime crevice and escape the spacetime locked area. In this limited time, it was basically impossible to catch a Skod or kill him. He was not a weakling, and his powerful self-healing and defense Esper abilities would allow him to stall for a long time. I have a spacetime stabilizing device that can be activated quickly, Manison said slowly. It can reduce a Skod's dimension crevice and teleportation abilities to a certain extent. It should be able to temporarily lock a Skod down and create an opportunity for the ambush team to enter. He would be able to chase a Skod away by himself, but a Skod was too slippery, and it would be difficult for him to catch him. All the spacetime locking devices in his hands required some time to activate, and a Skod would have long disappeared. Furthermore, Han Xiao had rejected his deal, and Manison was not willing to work hard. The Radiant Federation's request did not have much of a binding effect on him, and he planned to cooperate with his teammates. To put it simply, Manison positioned himself as the controller or support in this team battle and did not want to carry. Milizors said slowly. If we want to create a spacetime locked area, the 5 people fighting in the front first have to hold a Skod in one area and not let him run around. We have 3 mags on our side, all hiding in the dark. 2 of them will use spacetime magic to change the battlefield, and 1 of them will cover the flow of magic energy to reduce the chances of a Skod discovering them. The people fighting in the front also have to cooperate and make a Skod focus on the battle. We also need a psychic to attack his mind and confuse his senses. We have enough manpower, so it's not difficult to do this. However, this is far from being successful. Raven Lauder hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. If a Skod falls into the trap, we have to get rid of him before he escapes. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. With a Skod's ability, this is very difficult to do. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Everyone frowned. Although this was the first time they had the most people encircling a Skod, if they could not solve this crucial problem, it would only be a repeat of history and a new failure. Just from the discussion before the battle, they had already felt the thorny problem and could not find a solution. A Skod was very difficult to deal with, and everyone knew that they needed some variables. Just as everyone was thinking hard about how to solve this problem, Han Xiao took a deep breath. He had 2 variables in his hands. The spacetime amber and Esper silence. These 2 abilities could have a decisive impact on the situation. This was also the difference between this operation and the failures in history. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before standing up and attracting everyone's attention. He looked around and slowly said, "I have a plan. I have an idea." More than 10 days later, in a desolate universe belt in the Primeval Star River, after staying near a star for a few days, a Skod's fleet set off again and moved along the planned route. After sailing peacefully for a period of time, the fleet's radar detected something abnormal. A dynasty fleet appeared right in front of them. When the Fallen Ark fleet discovered the other party, the 2 sides were already very close. The dynasty fleet used stealth mode to quietly approach and only revealed their disguise when they were too close. The Fallen Ark fleet did not turn around and escape but went forward under Harkisson's orders. Both sides quickly appeared in each other's vision and stopped at the same time, facing each other from afar. Woo woo woo. The alarm sounded and spread throughout all the Fallen Ark battleships. In the main ship hall, a Skod woke up from his deep sleep and opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the walls. A look of anticipation flashed across his face, and he slowly stood up from his throne. It's finally here. I hope I can enjoy it to my heart's content. Another book recommended by PY, titled The Second God Kingdom, written by Human Bait. 99 years of compulsory education have taught you how to become an outstanding god. Now, you will enter the true Second God Kingdom. Unleash your strength and defeat all the abominations. Fight for believers with the chosen ones, just like in a simulation game. Do your best, sons of God. Let the trial of 100 gods begin. At this time, Zhong Fan, who was thinking about how to sleep more comfortably, was confused. P.S. There seem to be more people coming to find me recently. I should make fewer of them in the future. Chapter 889. In the pitch-black universe, the two fleets faced each other. Escod's figure flashed, and he disappeared from his throne, appearing in the command room beside Harkison. The other party is the dynasty's armed fleet, with a scale of 5 million battleships. The performance of their battleships is much higher than ours. Since they are able to intercept us, it means that they have grasped our coordinates. My suggestion is not to fight and retreat immediately. Harkison calmly analyzed the situation upon seeing Escod. However, Escod ignored him and released his energy senses. In his senses, there were 3 dazzling energy sources in the dynasty's fleet, all of which were beyond grade as. Sensing the number of opponents, Escod revealed a look of disappointment. Only 3? This time, the radar sounded again, and an arcane church fleet appeared behind them, surrounding Escod's fleet with the dynasty's fleet. Sensing the appearance of 2 beyond grade A energy sources from the arcane church, Escod's brows finally relaxed. 5 people, only then will there be value in fighting. The Red Empire and the arcane church have indeed joined forces. It seems like they have been lying in ambush here for a long time. The size of their fleet is more than 3 times ours, and they plan to annihilate us. Your Excellency Escod, I suggest we break out of the encirclement and retreat immediately, Harkison slowly said. Escod did not even look at him and calmly said, inform the entire fleet to prepare for battle. Stall them and don't let the fleet disturb my battle. Understood. Harkison's tone had a hint of as expected. He knew that Escod did not care about their lives at all and only treated them as tools. In front of Escod, Harkison gave the battle order, and the fallen Ark fleet changed their formation, facing the outside and forming a defensive formation. Escod nodded. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he teleported into the universe outside the battleship. Immediately after, a wave of psychic energy exploded with Escod at the center. The Dynasty and Ethereal battleships were equipped with psychic shielding devices that could resist psychic energy to a certain extent, but the 5 beyond grade as received Escod's psychic energy and built a channel to communicate. Han Xiao was among them, and the moment he connected, he heard Escod's calm voice. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He exchanged glances with his companions and understood each other's meaning from their eyes. If Escod had teleported away right from the start, they would not have been able to stop him at all. However, Escod's words clearly meant that he was prepared to stay and fight, so the first step of the god-slaying operation would be considered a success. After exchanging glances, Han Xiao and the other 2 left the Dynasty battleship and entered the universe. The 2 people from the Ethereal faction also flew out of the fleet and surrounded Escod from afar. The atmosphere was tense. Milizors and the other 2 mags hid in the dark and set up a space-time lock. Manison hid the fact that the Radiant Federation was involved and also laid in ambush, only lending the space-time stabilizing device in his hands to others. After some discussion, the 5 people who would fight Escod head-on were Han Xiao, Vairu, and Lotus Swordsman from the Dynasty, as well as Sun Hunter and a psychic from the Ethereal faction. The 2 psychics were mainly in charge of psychic attacks. Vairu was half a tank, and Sun Hunter was an ADC. Han Xiao was the best. He had descended with his main body this time and was going all out. He was the main tank, control, physical damage dealer, pinning down Escod, and so on. Blackstar, it's you again. Escod glanced at everyone before locking his eyes on Han Xiao. Since you attacked me, this day would have come sooner or later. Don't tell me you didn't know. Han Xiao raised his brows. Sigh, fate is really interesting. I clearly didn't plan to deal with you, but you still refused to let me go. You're seeking death, or rather, you're all seeking death. Escod shook his head. Hearing this, Sun Hunter could not help but interject coldly. I don't know if that rotten brain of yours still remembers how many times you've been beaten back by 3 beyond grade as. Facing the 5 of us, do you think you still have a chance of winning? Heh, that was me in the past. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Blackstar for the evolution cube. The Dynasty and Ethereal will regret sending you guys to deal with me. As soon as Escod's voice sounded, Sun Hunter launched the first strike. A modified psionic annihilation particle cannon appeared beside him. His tiny body emitted blinding mechanical force, which flowed through the cannon like an extension of his limbs. He controlled the cannon to shoot out beams of psionic annihilation particle cannon that were so dazzling that they seemed to be able to pierce through space. Escod teleported away, and these annihilation particles that were enhanced by launchers easily penetrated the shields of the fallen Ark battleships one after another. The strong alloy armor was like paper, quickly shattering. The beam of light pierced through the hull of the battleships, and in an instant, the entire battleship collapsed toward the beam of light as though it was being devoured. Not a single part was left. The battleship was completely annihilated at the atomic level. The first shot was fired, and the Dynasty and Ethereal fleets suddenly opened fire. The fallen Ark fleet fiercely retaliated, and the dark universe was instantly illuminated by the crisscrossing beams of the particle cannons. The battle suddenly erupted. Han Xiao's group of 5 also launched their attacks. Psionic Prime led the Apostle weapons and led the Mech Legion to surround Escod. Vairu held his weapon and charged toward Escod. Lotus Swordsman and another psychic directly launched wave after wave of psychic attacks. Sun Hunter seemed to have become a cannon that never stopped, crazily attacking. The situation instantly became chaotic, and the battle entered its climax. Escod's combat style was to flexibly use his abilities according to the environment. Facing the encirclement of 5 beyond grade as, he would not forcefully fight them head-on. He had the ability to teleport, and the pressure from the encirclement of the 5 was greatly reduced by him. He could even pass through the encirclement of the Mech Legion and easily approach them. His powerful mobility meant that he had the initiative, and he was in an almost undefeatable position. He could choose to fight or leave with a single thought. Therefore, Escod did not intend to escape for the time being. Instead, he treated the 5 of them as good opponents to test his strength. However, defeating 5 beyond grade as alone was something no one in this universe could do. This was not a simple comparison of strength. The density of attacks from 5 beyond grade as was enough to make an ordinary opponent unable to retaliate. Escod had the advantage of mobility, but Han Xiao's group of 5 could take care of each other, so he could not defeat them one by one. The situation was in a stalemate. Han Xiao had always been wary of Escod, worried that Escod's strength would increase by leaps and bounds after his evolution. However, after exchanging blows with Escod, he felt relieved. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Han Xiao had fought Escod before, so he had a good understanding of Escod's strength. Escod's strength had indeed increased, but it was far from reaching the point of transformation. It seems like the strengthening provided by the evolution cube is not enough to change his strength completely. He's still in the beyond grade A realm. Han Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Escod had really broken through the limits of the beyond grade A realm and reached the so-called new level, there would be a huge gap in his strength, just like the gap between a calamity grade and a beyond grade A. Luckily, although the evolution cube was useful, it did not have the ability to allow one to break through. When he was making the plan, he had already tried to overestimate Escod's strength. However, the strength Escod displayed did not reach his expectations, so he had a greater chance of success. The other 4 all had the same thought. If Escod's strength did not increase beyond their expectations, they would not have much pressure holding Escod back. However, the next moment, something happened. Escod teleported again, dodging another wave of attacks. He then opened his arms and sent out a message to everyone. The warm-up is over. As his voice sounded, black spheres popped out from Escod's body. These were all doppelgangers that he had created long ago. They were all activated and turned into black mist-like human bodies that contained surging energy. Every doppelganger had received a different Esper ability from Escod and had quasi-beyond grade A strength. As for the number of doppelgangers, there were dozens of them. Why does he have so many doppelgangers? Sun Hunter's expression changed drastically. Escod's information was no longer a secret. Everyone knew that there was an obvious upper limit to his doppelganger ability. Using so many beyond grade A doppelgangers at once had already exceeded the record. Seeing this, Han Xiao's heart trembled, and he instantly understood. The evolution cube did not allow Escod to break through to a new level, but it expanded his strength at the same level. It did not increase his depth but breadth. Compared to other systems, mechanics had the deepest fear of quantitative changes. Mechanics relied on expanding the size of their mech legion to continuously increase their strength and finally form a qualitative change. The evolved version of Escod had the same effect. Escod's strength did not have a breakthrough, but he had obtained a stronger doppelganger ability. With dozens of beyond grade A doppelgangers, each of them could be considered half a beyond grade A super. Even if the doppelgangers were weaker and shared different Esper abilities, they were still extremely powerful troops. This meant that the number of beyond grade as Han Xiao's group of 5 had to deal with had increased from 1 to dozens. The threat level had increased exponentially. Originally, it was not as if there had never been more than 5 beyond grade as sent to deal with Escod. Even if Escod could not win, he could always escape unscathed. However, this time, Escod already had the ability to face 5 or more beyond grade as head-on. He was not satisfied with just escaping. If he could defeat or even kill the 5 beyond grade as sent by the universal civilizations, he would break his own record. He would be able to intimidate the universal civilizations and obtain the most satisfactory result from the combat strength test. However, Escod did not know that there were more than 5 opponents. There were still 6 people hiding in the bushes, waiting to ambush him. As soon as the dozens of doppelgangers appeared, they split up. Most of them rushed over to fight with Han Xiao's group of 5. The situation changed from 5 people surrounding Escod to 5 people surrounding him. The remaining doppelgangers entered the battlefield and used their beyond grade A strength to madly attack the dynasty and ethereal battleships. The fallen Ark fleet, which was originally at a disadvantage, gradually turned the situation around. The pressure on Han Xiao and the other 4 increased sharply. It was as if they were facing the attacks of dozens of beyond grade as with different abilities. If not for the help of the Mech Legion, the other 4 would not have been able to hold on at all. Through his doppelgangers, Escod displayed the various Esper abilities he had accumulated without holding back. His main body retained strong self-healing and Esper ability Black Hole, while the other doppelgangers had all sorts of strange Esper abilities. In the chaotic battle, Han Xiao looked at Escod's main body, which did not join the battle, with a solemn expression. His performance at that moment was truly in line with his nickname. The god of Esper abilities. The 5 of them were surrounded by danger. Han Xiao was still fine as his main body was tanky enough. However, the Mech Legion was being rapidly depleted under the attacks of the Beyond Grade As, and the Apostle weapons were also in a tough battle. Han Xiao originally wanted to see if he could save the perfect mechanical sense character summon card, but seeing this, he knew that he had no choice but to use it. He immediately activated the perfect mechanical sense, and his mechanical force lightning pulsated, becoming thicker and brighter. While his machinery affinity skyrocketed, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and ordered the Mech Legion to focus fire on the Escod doppelgangers. Each Esper ability could only be used by 1 doppelganger at the same time, so most of the Escod doppelgangers did not have any resistance Esper abilities. They had the destructive power of a Beyond Grade A but did not have the corresponding tankiness, so they were all very fragile. Thus, the bombardment of the Mech Legion achieved results very quickly. Beams of blue light hit the black fog-like figures, and under the psionic cannon fire, a quarter of the Escod doppelgangers were quickly eliminated. However, the next scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. Escod's main body relied on Black Hole, and not only did he not dodge, he even took the initiative to attack, crazily absorbing energy and creating new doppelgangers to replenish the losses of the doppelgangers. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and everyone's heart was filled with solemnity. This is going to be troublesome, this is going to be troublesome. On the other side, the 6 Beyond Grade as hiding in the dark also learned about the ability Escod displayed through the mental communication network built by the psychics. Their hearts sank. Ravenlord's expression was grave. Escod's doppelganger ability has been strengthened. Even if we successfully set up a space-time lock area, he will be able to use a large number of doppelgangers to buy time for him. This plan won't work. Their plan was to use space-time lock to trap Escod, and before he escaped, they would follow Han Xiao's plan to control Escod. However, the strength Escod displayed was beyond their expectations. Even if they managed to trap Escod temporarily, they would not be able to control him before he escaped. We have to give it a try. Don't stop, continue setting up. Milizors wasn't sure either, but they could only continue with the plan. There was no better choice. I wonder how long they can last, Manison said calmly. Before the trap was completed, they could not interfere and help. The job of stalling Escod could only be left to the 5 of them. Han Xiao and the others were under immense pressure. Chapter 890. A sharp pugilist flame slashed out like a beam of light, slicing open an Escod doppelganger's body and turning it into a cloud of black mist. Vairu's body was covered in flames, and he moved through the battlefield like a meteor. Under the cover of the Mech Legion, he accurately killed Escod's doppelgangers one after another. There were many wounds on his body, and his condition was clearly not good. This guy has too many doppelgangers, and we can't kill them all. He can even create new doppelgangers, so it won't make any difference no matter how many we kill. Instead, we'll be heavily injured if we're careless. Vairu's tone was grave. He raised the weapon in his hand, gritted his teeth, and blocked another Escod doppelganger's dark matter jet. On the other side, Sun Hunter controlled the fortress-like cannons and fired thousands of cannons, destroying an Escod doppelganger with the energy deflection Esper ability. However, his expression was rather ugly, and he replied in the mental communication network, "This battle is too intense. This kind of high-intensity battle consumes too much energy. I can't recover energy as quickly as Escod and Black Star." The actual combat strength of Escod's doppelgangers was uneven, and it mainly depended on the Esper abilities they were given. Furthermore, due to their poor endurance and low tankiness, Escod's doppelgangers were definitely not a match for a true Beyond Grade A super. Previously, when Escod attacked the Star Pupil race, Cisco had easily defeated 2 Escod doppelgangers by himself. However, the situation now was different. The pressure brought by the dozens of Escod doppelgangers was completely different. It was equivalent to facing dozens of Beyond Grade A super at the same time, and they could not kill all of them. This was very troublesome. Being besieged, new wounds kept appearing on everyone's bodies. Other than Han Xiao, the other 4 had limited recovery abilities. Furthermore, this kind of dangerous battle had greatly depleted their mental and physical strength. Other than Han Xiao, the other 4 people's condition was inevitably deteriorating. Han Xiao frowned and controlled the Mech Legion to block the majority of Escod's doppelgangers. The pressure was immense, and the formation of the Mech Legion was torn apart by the dozens of Beyond Grade A doppelgangers. A large number of mechanical soldiers were smashed into pieces by the attacks of the Beyond Grade as and flew everywhere. They were then reassembled by Han Xiao using the advanced version of waste modification and thrown into the battlefield. The mechanical soldiers were not afraid of death. The psionic cannons counterattacked and destroyed the doppelgangers one after another. The efficiency of killing doppelgangers was much higher than the other 4. Luckily, the Mech Legion that had been strengthened many times had better performance and reduced the rate of exhaustion. With the help of 4 teammates, they could at least fight evenly with Escod. However, in terms of endurance, the evolved Escod was even scarier. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to wipe out the Mech Legion. Han Xiao had to admit that his chances of winning against Escod were extremely slim. However, this was not a one-on-one battle, and he did not need to defeat Escod alone. His mission was to stall Escod with his teammates and restrict him to this battlefield until the 6 of them finished setting up the space-time lock trap. Han Xiao was very clear that if the 5 of them could not handle Escod's attacks, the ambushers would have no choice but to run out to rescue Escod. Escod would most likely turn around and run. At that time, the trap would not be completed and they would not be able to stop Escod. Thinking quickly, Han Xiao turned to look at Escod's main body, which was sitting cross-legged in the void. New doppelgangers were constantly being created from his body and thrown into the battlefield. After using the doppelganger tactic, Escod's main body retreated to the side and did not participate in the battle personally. He only watched with interest as the others fought with his doppelgangers. Escod did not need to do anything personally. Just his doppelgangers were enough to make 5 beyond grade as miserable. He enjoyed this kind of overwhelming strength. Sun Hunter and Vairu had tried to close in, but Escod's teleportation prevented them from getting close to him. Even Han Xiao could not hit Escod's main body. There were many methods that he could not use. He could only wait until Escod's teleportation was suppressed by the trap before he had the chance to use his trump card. However, with his current strength, even if he did not use a character summon card, Han Xiao's own combat strength was enough to last for a long time. After crossing the first threshold, the few talents that he had obtained increased his health to about 5 million. Only Lotus Swordsman and the other psychic could slightly restrain Escod. Their eyes flashed, and they continuously released invisible psychic attacks that pierced into Escod's brain like sharp swords, bombarding his mental barrier. No matter how many doppelgangers Escod had, he only had one soul. The psychic attacks of the two of them were effective against his main body. However, Escod also had the Esper ability to protect himself and heal the damage to his soul. Although he would suffer from psychic damage, he would not be so easily restrained by the two psychics. Because psychics were a threat to him, Escod's main target was not Han Xiao, Sun Hunter, or Vairu but the two psychics. Han Xiao had the apostle weapons lead the mechanical army to protect the two of them. The battle there was the most intense. Psionic Prime's spear pierced through the core of Escod's doppelganger, Mad Sky Hunter bit the head of the doppelganger, Silver Flash shot the target doppelganger, and Giant King Kong used its enormous body covered in giant god battlesuit to protect the psychics and the other apostle weapons. The apostle weapons also had the strength of a quasi beyond grade A, and they used different weapons to fight against Escod's doppelgangers. A portion of Escod's doppelgangers charged into the dynasty and ethereal fleets, destroying battleships one after another. One of Escod's doppelgangers smashed through the shield of a battleship like a meteor, penetrating through the hull from head to tail. The battleship behind him exploded into a ball of blinding light. This time, countless dark energy annihilation cannons fired from all directions, blasting everything in the area into nothingness. This Escod doppelganger was destroyed by the surrounding battleships. The casualties of the fleet are increasing. With the interference of these Escod doppelgangers, we won't be able to destroy the fallen Ark fleet. It's disadvantageous for us if this drags on, the dynasty commander said with a solemn expression. If the 5 beyond grade as could not stop Escod, the fleet would be attacked by the beyond grade as. Escod's doppelgangers shuttled through the fleet, causing trouble and seriously interfering with the fleet's battle. This caused the fleet led by Harkison to barely maintain a balanced battle and not be wiped out by the dynasty and ethereal fleets. The fallen Ark fleet was surrounded in the center, forming a defensive formation with a huge shield to withstand the attacks from all directions. Harkison commanded the fleet while paying attention to Escod's battle situation. His Excellency Escod's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. Harkison's tone was filled with hesitation. That's right. To be able to deal with 5 beyond grade as so easily, as expected of Escod, an adjutant beside him said with a fanatical expression. Harkison licked his dry lips and said with a strange tone, even 5 beyond grade as can't win against Escod. This is not even His Excellency Escod's limit. The 3 universal civilizations sent too few people. We still underestimated him. TSK. As he spoke, Harkison summoned another officer. You'll be in command of the fleet now. What do you want to do? Hehe, I have other things to do. This is the secret mission His Excellency Escod gave me. Harkison turned around, left the command room, and headed to the cabin where the backup spaceships were stored. He knew that Escod was already suspicious of him. When Escod resolved this crisis, he would most likely be dealt with. Escod never needed evidence to punish his subordinates. Furthermore, regardless of whether Escod could survive this encirclement, Harkison did not plan to stay by Escod's side. After a long battle, other than Han Xiao, the 4 of them were all covered in wounds. The Mech Legion's losses were also increasing, and their condition was deteriorating. Escod looked at the few of them and was very satisfied. He sent out a mental message. Blackstar, do you see this? This is the power you gave me. What do you think? Han Xiao was using the amber ball array to block the long-range energy shot by a doppelganger. Hearing this, he snorted and said, "Not much." Escod did not mind and continued, although I haven't broken through the limit of the beyond grade A realm, my current combat strength should be at the peak of the explored universe. The 5 of you won't be able to fight back at all in front of me." Hearing this, Sun Hunter fired a shot at Escod without hesitation, and an energy beam shot toward Escod. This time, Escod did not teleport. He did not move and used his body to take this attack head-on. He activated Esper ability Black Hole to absorb a large amount of energy, replenishing his energy and creating more doppelgangers. However, the remaining power of this energy beam still tore his flesh apart. It was as if he had become a severely burned patient, completely disfigured. However, the next moment, flesh grew out of his wounds, and his injuries healed quickly. Escod returned to his original appearance, almost as if he had never been injured. His recovery speed was no slower than Han Xiao's. A futile attack. Escod glanced at Sun Hunter before turning his gaze back to Han Xiao. "Black Star, you're not the only one with an immortal body." Han Xiao was expressionless. With his self-healing Esper ability in Escod's hands, he could naturally perform at the level of a beyond grade A super. He said calmly, "Every time you repair your body, you consume the activity of your cells. When your cells reach the limit, your lifespan will also come to an end. This is the disadvantage of self-healing." "That's right. I'm already old. Every time I fight, I burn my lifespan," Escod said calmly. "However, your evolution cube has increased my lifespan quite a bit, enough for me to squander. At the very least, you guys won't have any chance in this battle." Escod's current strength came from the evolution energy, which he obtained from Han Xiao. Thus, he treated Han Xiao differently. "Do you think you've already won?" Sun Hunter interrupted coldly. "Oh, if you guys still have any trump cards that you haven't used yet, you'd better give me a surprise as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't even have the strength to escape." Escod's voice was filled with confidence. "If I kill you guys here, the Red Empire and the Arcane Church will be furious. I'm not interested in attracting the next wave of enemies for the time being, so letting you guys escape is the best choice. However, if you don't escape, I won't be stingy with killing you." Through this battle, Escod had tested his combat strength. Defeating this wave of pursuers was enough to show his strength. As long as he did not kill these pursuers, the 3 universal civilizations would not pursue him in the short term. He also wanted to keep a low profile for a period of time to familiarize himself with his strength after evolution. Thus, he did not plan to kill Han Xiao and the others. Otherwise, the universal civilizations would definitely not let this matter rest after suffering such a huge loss. This did not suit Escod's current needs. He hoped that Han Xiao and the others would retreat. Han Xiao turned around and looked. His companions were all injured and were not in good condition. It was indeed as Escod had said. With just the 5 of them, they would not be able to do anything to Escod. If they continued fighting, they would only sink deeper and deeper until their lives were in danger. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly smiled. "Escod, do you know? I know your threat better than anyone else." "My threat?" Escod raised his brows. "My deeds are spread all over the universe. Do I need you to emphasize this?" No, I'm not talking about the same thing." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Escod tilted his head. "I don't understand what you mean." Han Xiao smiled and did not plan to explain in detail. Back then, Escod had purposely revealed the wormhole data to Han Xiao. His goal was to lure the other organizations to study it together. However, he hid the information about the World Tree Civilization. Escod thought that he was the only one who knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization. In truth, there was nothing wrong with Escod's idea. If it was anyone else other than Han Xiao, they would not have known about this secret and would only have fallen into his trap and helped him study this set of wormhole data. Escod's goal was to open up this channel so that he could reap the benefits. However, Escod would not have thought that Han Xiao also knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization. They were the only 2 people in the explored universe who knew about this secret, and Escod was still in the dark. It was because of the lack of information that Escod did not know how determined Han Xiao was to kill him. According to his past experience, the number of beyond grade as who came to deal with him this time should be between 4 to 6. 5 was within his expectations. Therefore, he did not expect that under Han Xiao's operation, the number of people who came to deal with him this time far exceeded 5 beyond grade as. The moment Han Xiao finished speaking, some changes suddenly occurred. Escod's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that a layer of space magic suddenly spread out and quickly enveloped the entire area. The multidimensional channel was cut off, and the spacetime coefficient was locked. The space was so stable that it was indestructible without any gaps. At the same time, Han Xiao also activated the rapid space stabilization device that the Mecha Empire had lent him. Its range covered Escod, preventing him from escaping using teleportation while the trap was forming. Without teleportation, he would not have the mobility to take the initiative. In Escod's senses, 6 beyond grade A energy sources suddenly appeared in the distance of the battlefield and rapidly approached. Milazor's group of 6 appeared at the edge of the battlefield and surrounded him. Seeing this, Escod's expression darkened, and shock appeared in his eyes. Why are there still 6 people? Chapter 891. The spacetime lock area was the same, and the mechanics could not open the secondary dimension channel. Escod's dimension crevice and teleportation also lost their effects. The 3 universal civilizations had recorded countless Esper abilities, and most of them had methods to counter them. Other than some super high-risk Esper abilities, there were no abilities that could not be countered. So, it was a trap. How generous. Escod was surprised for a moment before regaining his composure. This was not the first time he had experienced such danger, so he did not panic. Only the number of enemies surprised him. Not only the Dynasty and Ethereal, even the Radiant Federation also participated in the encirclement. A total of 11 beyond grade as besieging him, this was beyond his expectations. If not for the fact that the 3 universal civilizations had sent enough manpower this time, it would have been very difficult for him to fall into this trap. It was obvious that at least 4 to 5 people would be needed to deal with Escod head-on without him suspecting anything, and 3 mags would also be needed to set up a spacetime lock area without being discovered. In other words, at least 7 to 8 people were needed. Luo Zhong said with a deep voice, "Man Ison, I didn't think that you would come to deal with me too." Among the 11 people, Escod only had eyes for 4, which were Man Ison, Milazors, Sun Hunter, and Han Xiao. He had fought with all of them before, and Man Ison was his most important opponent. It's just a deal. Furthermore, I warned you not to step into the Prime Valstar River, Man Ison said calmly. Escod nodded and looked at everyone. Although he was surrounded, he did not panic and slowly said, "Even if you have more people, it won't be that easy to get rid of me." He had 2 escape plans. One was to escape the trap area, but now that he was surrounded, it was basically a failure. He could only choose the second plan, which was to use his Space Esper ability to slowly penetrate the spacetime lock area, drill a crevice, and teleport away. The prerequisite for this plan was to stall for enough time. Escod's confidence came from his large number of doppelgangers. Even if he was surrounded, he could use his doppelgangers to deal with everyone. He also had all kinds of self-healing, energy absorption, and defensive Esper abilities to ensure that he would not be defeated in a short time. Thus, Escod was not nervous at all. Everyone had analyzed the situation before the battle and knew that they could not stall for time. They looked at each other and nodded. "Follow the plan. I'm counting on you, Black Star." In the next moment, everyone attacked at the same time, and a joint attack erupted. Escod's dozens of doppelgangers were engaged in a fierce battle with the beyond grade as, and the rate of casualties was extremely fast. However, Escod continued to absorb energy through his Esper ability, creating new doppelgangers and withstanding the attacks of 11 beyond grade as. Although Escod barely fought, it was already shocking enough. Even the surrounding beyond grade as could not help but marvel at this level of combat strength. The evolved Escod was truly a monster. If not for Blackstar's suggestion to join forces to deal with him, who else would be able to threaten him in the future? Han Xiao shuttled through the battlefield, passing through the heavy blockade of doppelgangers under the cover of the others, and approached Escod's main body. Escod had already fought with Han Xiao earlier, so he did not suspect anything and continued fighting with Han Xiao. However, as soon as their bodies touched, Escod felt a strange energy coming from Han Xiao's body and entering his body. The next moment, the restless Esper abilities in Escod's body seemed to have been injected with a tranquilizer, and they all quieted down. This is Esper silence. Escod's expression suddenly changed, and he finally revealed a shocked expression. His eyes were filled with doubt, not understanding why Han Xiao had his ability. It's effective. Han Xiao received the notification on the interface and heaved a sigh of relief. During the pre-battle meeting, he had already discussed the strategy with the others. He would only use the Esper Silence character summon card when they were surrounded. Han Xiao had been hiding this move all along, waiting for this opportunity. The moment Esper Silence took effect, the movements of all the doppelgangers froze, and he could not maintain this ability. All the doppelgangers exploded, turning into black mist and dissipating. Because the difference was too great, the duration of Esper Silence was the minimum. However, this instant disrupted Escod's doppelganger strategy. Everyone was already prepared. The moment Escod lost his Esper ability, the three mags cast the control spells they had prepared, the psychics interfered with Escod's mental operation, the pugilists used energy to suppress Escod's main body, and Han Xiao injected Escod's main body with a nano-sized cell suppressor to reduce his energy activity. In an instant, Escod was under heavy control. Many beyond grade as suppressed his movements at the same time, making him almost unable to move. His strength recovered very quickly, and he tried to break free. However, the control spells of so many beyond grade as were like indestructible shackles, binding every single one of his limbs and fixing him on the spot. Under the multiple effects, the energy in his body stagnated and could not be used. He could not turn it into fuel to activate his Esper ability. Although the doppelganger strategy was very strong, in terms of pure energy, he could not withstand the combined attacks of so many beyond grade as. Escod stared at Han Xiao, confused. How do you know how to use my ability? You have plenty of time to think about it in the future. Han Xiao did not hesitate. He took out the space-time amber and used it on Escod. After entering the second layer of the soul connection, the production speed of the amber balls increased. The space-time amber was the core of this plan. So many people could suppress Escod, but they could not stay together forever. Escod had all kinds of Esper abilities, and other methods of imprisonment were useless against him. He had countless ways to escape. Only the space-time amber, which had proven its effects, could possibly imprison Escod. It was decided in the pre-battle meeting that Han Xiao would be the core of this operation, and everyone's job was to help him capture Escod with the space-time amber. If not for the Esper Silence and the space-time amber, Escod might have really escaped. These two things were the key variables in this operation. Escod also had a very strong perception of space. Sensing that the space around him was distorting, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. So, this is the legendary effect of the space-time amber. What a magical universal treasure. Escod paused for a moment and barely moved his facial muscles. I never thought that I would fall into your hands. Han Xiao knew that if a villain spoke too much, the tables would be turned. He did not plan to speak and focused on activating the space-time amber at full power. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Escod stopped struggling and stared at Han Xiao with an expressionless face. His tone was profound. Blackstar, we will meet again sooner or later. That will depend on when the three universal civilizations ask me to let you out. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly cut off the energy supply. The next moment, Escod's expression and actions were completely frozen. He was completely sealed in the space-time amber. A new month has begun. Looking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 892. The moment the space-time amber was formed, the energy was isolated. Everyone stopped and surrounded Escod. Some of them stared at Escod in the amber with wide eyes. Did we succeed? Sun Hunter knocked on the shell of the amber ball and stared at Escod, who was motionless inside, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Before the battle, the success rate of the operation was not low, but when it was actually completed, many beyond graders found it hard to believe. Escod was infamous in the universe and had escaped the encirclement of the universal civilizations countless times. Now, he was really captured. Furthermore, the operation was quite successful. The time of an individual imprisoned by the space-time amber will be frozen. His soul will still be conscious, but his body will not be able to move. We did indeed capture him, Han Xiao explained. Humph, to think that this guy would have such a day. Milizors shook his head. 11 people took action. It would be embarrassing if we failed. Manason's expression was very calm, but he also felt a little emotional about losing an old acquaintance. However, as soon as this emotion appeared, Manison suppressed it. His gaze turned to the space-time amber in Han Xiao's hands, and everyone else also turned to look at this universal treasure. Although everyone was shocked that Escod was captured, it did not last long. After all, they were all beyond grade as, and they did not have the mentality of looking up to Escod. Instead, they were more interested in the space-time amber. During this period, due to the rumors of the battle on Planet Lighthouse, the space-time amber had entered the sights of all the beyond grade as. No one was not interested in a universal treasure that could easily imprison a beyond grade A super. Now that they finally saw the space-time amber in action, everyone had their own thoughts, and it was inevitable that they were envious. Black Star had the ability to imprison a beyond grade A super, so he was more or less a threat to everyone. This made everyone evaluate him not only from the perspective of combat strength, but Han Xiao's position was special in their eyes. Sensing everyone's gazes, Han Xiao raised his brows and put away the space-time amber. What a good item, Sun Hunter said with emotion. Sun Hunter sighed. Black Star, your luck is not bad. You actually have 2 universal treasures in your hands. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He was happy to hear others praise his luck. After all, only things that didn't exist needed to be emphasized, just like how ordinary people like to be called handsome. After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic and said, now that Escod is captured, the mission is complete. I will bring Escod back to the dynasty. Does anyone have any objections? Manison shook his head. He was very interested in Escod's body, but unfortunately, he could not open the space-time amber. The 3 from the Arcane Church wanted to say something but stopped. After thinking about it, they did not reject Han Xiao's request. The Arcane Church also wanted to bring Escod back and imprison him, but the situation was not in their favor. There were 7 people from the dynasty present, and they did not have the confidence to snatch Escod, nor was there a need to do so. Since there are no objections, leave it to us. Milizors nodded. Black Star, you contributed the most in this mission to capture Escod. The dynasty will cooperate and publicize your deeds. I know. Han Xiao smiled. Escod and the Fallen Ark were extremely famous in the universe. They had a notorious reputation as a paradise for villains, causing countless galactic residents to tremble in fear. Now that this guy was captured by the dynasty, it was definitely big news. The dynasty would not let go of this opportunity to publicize their contribution to maintaining the peace of the universe, eliminating a scourge that threatened the safety of the galactic residents. As the promoter of the plan and the person who contributed the most, he would definitely be the focus of the publicity. When this matter was spread out, his reputation would definitely skyrocket, and it would most likely become one of his representative achievements. The influence of this matter would not be lower than the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. With Escod's identity, he might not be able to obtain any political assets, but he would definitely obtain high legendary points. Of course, compared to the hidden dangers of the World Tree civilization, these were all trivial matters. Eliminating the hidden dangers was much more important. At the very least, the citizens of the explored universe would not suddenly receive news of the World Tree invasion while squatting at home. Without the threat of Escod, the enthusiasm of the various civilizations for this spatial data would definitely decrease. The research team of the Fallen Ark would also not continue to carry out the orders of the previous leader, so the time to connect to the World Tree Civilization's universe would definitely be delayed. Capturing Escod at this stage would definitely change the storyline of Escod completely. However, compared to the sudden change in the situation caused by the World Tree Civilization's early invasion, this was definitely worth it, winning more time for stable development. In the future, the three universal civilizations and the World Tree Civilization would definitely discover each other, and there would definitely be a battle. This was a universal disaster, and Han Xiao had been accumulating strength for this. To him, the later this day, the better. By the way, Escod also said that he would meet me again sooner or later. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had been focused on sealing Escod earlier and did not think about Escod's words. Now that he had relaxed, all sorts of guesses appeared in his mind. Escod also knew about the existence of the World Tree Civilization, so he should also know that there would definitely be a battle between the two sides. Therefore, what he meant was that the three universal civilizations might rely on his strength and release him. Han Xiao shook his head. Who knew when that would happen? By then, Escod's consciousness might have already been wiped out by the long imprisonment. This time, Lotus Swordsman suddenly said coldly, "There's something I need to remind you. When I interfered with Escod's soul on the mental level earlier, the moment before he was sealed, I sensed an abnormal mental fluctuation." Han Xiao's expression froze. What kind of fluctuation? Escod's mental strength erupted at that moment, and his resistance became many times stronger. It seemed like he wanted to use his mental strength to stimulate his body and break free, but he did not succeed. After that, the space-time amber sealed him, and our psychic powers were also ejected. Got it. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. It sounded like Escod's last attempt to survive, but it failed, so it was quite normal. They did not argue about the ownership of Escod and quickly reached a consensus. They then turned to look at the battlefield and saw that the three universal civilizations' fleets were still dealing with the remaining Fallen One battleships, but no one had any intention of helping. They only had Escod in their eyes. Now that the main culprit had been eliminated, these small fries were not worth the effort. Han Xiao was still thinking about the dynasty contribution points from Dynasty Battle Campaign, Fallen Ark, repeatable, so he sent a portion of his mechanical army to chase after the fleet. When Escod was captured, the remaining Fallen Ark fleet gave up resisting. The crew members were all wanted criminals of the various civilizations, so none of them surrendered. Instead, they fled in all directions, being chased down by the three universal civilizations' fleets. Not even 1 in 10,000 managed to escape. While waiting for the battle to end, Han Xiao secretly opened the interface and looked at the large number of notifications that had popped up. Dynasty Battle Campaign, Fallen Ark, repeatable, had been calculated as normal. The few Face Escod missions had all been completed, and just the experience reward alone had reached more than 30 billion. Even with the standard of level 280, he could still level up a few times. Of course, the prerequisite for obtaining so much experience was to destroy Escod's doppelgangers. In the later stages of his previous life, only a very small number of players had the chance to do so. In his eyes, it was not difficult at all. The dynasty contribution points had also skyrocketed, and he had obtained more than 10,000 points, which was close to the cost of 2 ultimate knowledges. What a bountiful harvest! At the same time, a brand new, character summon card Escod had also landed in Han Xiao's hands. However, Escod had too many abilities, and the chances of drawing Esper Silence were extremely low. This time, his luck was average. The effect of the character summon card was teleportation, and the limit was 10 uses. The ability was actually not bad, but it was a little useless to him. He already had Void Hyperdrive, so the effect was not much different from teleportation. However, Void Hyperdrive had a cooldown, so it was acceptable to have multiple teleportation abilities. At the very least, the number of uses was quite high. Han Xiao had invested quite a lot in dealing with Escod this time. He had used up all the uses of Esper Silence, which was his trump card against Espers. He had also used up one of his perfect mechanical sense cards. He still had a blank character summon card, so he could copy another perfect mechanical sense, but he did not plan to do so at the moment. The battle with Escod on Planet Lighthouse had given him enough fame, and no one would come to provoke him for a long time. Thus, he was not in a hurry to use up the blank character summon card. The other mission, Mortal Enemy of the Three Universal Civilizations, was also displayed as completed. Capturing Escod alive had completed the additional mission requirement. He could draw 3 of Escod's abilities, which were far more valuable than a character summon card. His molding talents were basically all drawn this way. Han Xiao did not end this mission immediately. With such a precious reward, would it not be a waste of an opportunity if he did not go back and touch his godson? With his black face, it would be a miracle if he could get anything good. Apart from the mission reward, Han Technician also obtained a large amount of experience from killing enemies. Killing Escod's doppelgangers also gave him a lot of experience. Furthermore, the doppelgangers were endless, which allowed him to farm a lot of them. After looking at the interface for a while, the battle between the fleets finally ended. Han Xiao looked at the Beyond grade as of the other 2 civilizations. Our cooperation ends here. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. If you have time, you can come to my territory and sit down. Man Ison invited Han Xiao. No, I still have to send Escod back. Let's talk about it another time. Han Xiao declined. Next time then. Man Ison shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. He then turned around and left. Sun Hunter took the initiative to exchange numbers with Han Xiao and brought the people of the Arcane Church back to the main ship. Han Xiao brought the captured Escod back to the dynasty's main ship with Milizors and the others. The 11 of them returned to their respective troops, and the 3 universal civilizations' fleets parted ways, leaving in different directions. Chapter 893. Escod was really captured. In the ruler's office on planet Crimson Ring, Uranril received the report from the fleet commander and was slightly stunned. The dynasty ruler was very busy, so after helping Black Star find helpers for the 3 universal civilizations, she did not continue to pay attention to this operation. Uranrel valued Han Xiao's wish to get rid of Escod, but she did not really care about this operation. Her mentality was like a billionaire investing a few $100,000 in a small investment, just to test the waters. Whether it succeeded or not, she could accept it. Now that she received the report of her team's success, she was also pleasantly surprised. Escod, who had always been a headache for them, finally fell. Escod's existence had always been a worry for the 3 universal civilizations, representing chaos and lawlessness. He had always been the enemy of order, and the 2 sides drew a clear line on the surface, but sometimes, the 3 universal civilizations relied on his strength. Escod's notoriety came from his violence, and while he was violent, he obviously would not mess with the 3 universal civilizations for no reason. Most of the time, his targets were star cluster or supercluster civilizations. Wreaking havoc in the territories of these civilizations was secretly in the interests of the 3 universal civilizations. On the other hand, the Fallen Ark attracted thugs and wanted criminals from all over the universe. The disadvantage was that Escod's forces would expand because of this, making it harder to deal with him. It also gave rise to many fanatics who chased after Escod. The advantage was that it gathered all the villains in the universe, making it easier for the 3 universal civilizations to monitor and catch them all, reducing the pressure on the security of many starfields. Of course, the premise was that Escod was strong enough. If he was not difficult to deal with, the 3 universal civilizations would not have allowed him to exist. Now that Black Star had really captured Escod and helped them get rid of this troublesome enemy, the 3 universal civilizations were happy to see this happen. This was equivalent to capturing the leader of terrorists like Uncle Lantern, representing the 3 universal civilizations' anti-terrorism efforts. The greater the shadow Escod left on the galactic residents, the greater the reputation of the 3 universal civilizations. Uranril nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Black Star didn't waste my help. Well done. Escod was more or less careless. Otherwise, with his ability, almost no one in the universe can catch him, Clotty said calmly. He was also an old opponent of Escod, so his judgment was accurate. If Escod had decisively teleported away the moment he was surrounded, no one would have been able to catch him. Unfortunately, this was only a theoretical situation. With Escod's personality, there was no way he would do such a thing. The prerequisite to becoming the strongest was to not be afraid of challenges. If he only knew how to run, he would not have reached his current fame and achievements. He might have become another type of threat, and the three universal civilizations would have eliminated him long ago. No matter what, Black Star didn't let me down. Urinril was getting more and more satisfied with Han Xiao. The battle on Planet Lighthouse had dealt a heavy blow to the Arcane Church's arrogance, and now, they had eliminated a mortal enemy of the three universal civilizations. Black Star had only joined for a little more than a year, but he had already brought the dynasty considerable benefits. Not long after the fleet set off, they received a reply from the upper echelons of the Empire. In the middle of the command room, a remote projection appeared. It was the ruler, Urinril. Seeing this, all the dynasty soldiers present stood up and bowed respectfully. Han Xiao and the other beyond grade as also nodded symbolically. You have all done very well this time and made a huge contribution to the dynasty. The dynasty will not be stingy with the corresponding rewards. Urinril stood in front of everyone with her hands behind her back. Her tone was filled with praise. Facing the leader of the dynasty, everyone maintained the dignity of a beyond grade A and only nodded, indicating that they accepted her praise. If not for Black Star persuading the Radiant Federation to join the plan, I wouldn't have facilitated this joint operation. I've seen the report. Black Star contributed the most during the capture process, and the dynasty is planning to use Black Star as the core of the subsequent publicity. Do you have any objections? Urinril turned to look at Han Xiao. Capturing Escod was a shocking achievement, and Urinril was prepared to give the majority of the credit to Han Xiao to help him expand his influence. Of course not. This is the truth. Milizors laughed. The old dragon had been heavily injured during the battle on Planet Lighthouse and had always been brooding over it. Now that Escod was captured, he felt as if he was drinking a cold soda on a hot day. His impression of Han Xiao became even better. The others did not have any thoughts. They were still waiting to borrow the evolution cube, so naturally, no one would compete with Han Xiao. Then, I'll thank the dynasty in advance. Han Xiao smiled. Bring Escod back as soon as possible. The dynasty will lock him up in the most secure place. Urinril paused. By the way, Black Star, you said that the souls of those sealed by the space-time amber will dissipate after a long period of imprisonment, right? That's right. Han Xiao nodded and immediately understood what the ruler meant. The dynasty wants to study Escod's body? Yes, Escod's body has a very high research value. He grasped all kinds of Esper abilities through genetic chain recombination. If we can crack this ability, the dynasty's genetic technology will improve, and the number of supers cultivated will increase greatly. Urinril did not hide anything. Of course, we will only start this research after Escod's soul dissipates. How long do you think it will take to destroy Escod's soul? Han Xiao stroked his chin. I suggest at least 500 years in prison. Urinril pondered for a while before nodding. All right, although it's a little long, we should focus on safety. 500 years was nothing to the Red Empire. They had existed for many times longer than that, and some of their strategic plans were even calculated in centuries. After chatting for a while, Urinril hung up, and the dynasty soldiers present returned to their posts. Ravenlouder turned to look at Han Xiao and said, Escod has been captured. It's your turn to fulfill the deal. A smile appeared on Han Xiao's face. He raised his hand, and nanoparticles surged, bringing the evolution cube to his palm. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Since you've helped me solve this problem, I won't mistreat you. The three universal civilizations reached a consensus and would only announce the news of Escod's capture after the fleet returned. Because the battle took place in the desolate universe belt, the news was limited, so the various organizations had no idea what happened to Escod. Half a month later, the dynasty fleet returned smoothly, and they did not encounter any accidents. Han Xiao handed Escod over to another dynasty fleet that came to receive them. The dynasty would lock Escod up in a top-secret location. The other beyond grade as were satisfied with the evolution cube's transformation and left one after another, leaving only Han Xiao to return to planet Crimson Ring. He immediately contacted Fu Ding and the others. After a month, Han Xiao met the three of them again. Since the goal of this trip to the Central Galaxy had been achieved, Han Xiao announced to the three of them that their holiday was over. He then brought the three of them back to his spaceship and returned to the Shattered Star Ring. On the spaceship, Han Xiao used the excuse of missing them after not seeing each other for a long time to give Fu Ding and Nero a good beating. Fu Ding was still fine, as he was already used to it. Nero, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable all over. Even his father had never been so passionate before. He was hugged by Han Xiao's large hands and rubbed until he was dizzy. Reynald thought that he would be treated the same way. He took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. However, Han Xiao turned around and left, seemingly uninterested in him. Reynald was a little disappointed. After getting lucky, Han Xiao locked himself in his room and opened the interface to complete the Mortal Enemy of the Three Universal Civilizations mission. Mortal Enemy of the Three Universal Civilizations mission completed. Your accumulated damage to Escod is 100%. You will receive the corresponding reward. You have received 200 billion EXP, 1 random reward, and Character Summon Card Escod. Character Summon Card Escod, Esper Ability Enhancement, can only be used on Espers whose grade is lower than the user's. Allows the target's Esper ability to be permanently enhanced and increase the potential of the Esper ability. Can only be used once on the same target. Usage limit, 03. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. This ability is quite powerful. If a beyond grade A of a civilization had this ability, it would be equivalent to an unlimited amount of Esper ability potential enhancement liquid. Even if it could only be used on Espers, it would be enough to increase the strength of the entire civilization's supers. This was a strategic ability. It was a pity that the person who had this ability was Escod. With Escod's personality, he did not seem like someone who would help his subordinates increase their strength. Escod collecting these powerful Esper abilities was equivalent to killing off some of the geniuses who might rise up in the future. If the original owner of this Esper ability had not met Escod, he might have become an important guest of an advanced civilization in the future. Additional mission requirements completed. You have received an additional reward. Randomly draw 3 of Escod's abilities, talents abilities. Hint: Escod is an Esper. Some of the abilities that can be drawn have been adjusted according to your class. You have 3 slots to draw. You can draw at least 1 ability each time. You can draw a maximum of 3 times. Please choose the type of ability you want to draw the first time. Ability talent both. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and chose the talent. Espers were not compatible with his class, and the source of their strength was different. He knew that there were many Esper abilities that he could not draw. Since he could choose the type this time, of course, he had to make use of it. In terms of ratio, the probability of drawing a good talent was much higher than drawing a skill. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please choose 1 to 3 abilities from the following 5 options as the reward. 1. Particle Structure Reinforcement, talent, immunity to true damage. 2. Fanatical Believer, talent, plus 20% resistance to abnormal mental status. 3. Cell Division Control, talent, consume energy to stimulate cell division, achieving strong self-healing, converting energy into health at a conversion ratio of 1, 3. Maximum recovery of 15% health second. 4. Endurance Enhancement, talent, plus 40% physical and energy resistance. 5. Battle Talent, talent, plus 1% to all attributes every minute after entering battle, up to a maximum of 12%. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had drawn 2 molding talents this time, the first and the third. His eyes were locked onto Cell Division Control. This talent should have been converted from Escod's strong self-healing, and its effect was similar to his intermediate cell proliferation control. It was just that the conversion efficiency was not as high as his own. Right now, his HP had already exceeded 5 million, and the amount of HP he could convert from energy was less than 10% of his total HP. It was far from the 28% HP recovery per second limit. Increasing his HP recovery rate was definitely worth it. As for the ability to be immune to true damage, he already had it, so there was no need for him to choose. You have received cell division control. Your intermediate cell proliferation control is similar to cell division control and has been combined. Talents can be upgraded. Han Xiaoxin's mind moved. Some talents of the same series and effect had a higher chance of being combined. For example, if he obtained a higher grade mechanical sense talent, the lower grade mechanical sense talent would automatically disappear, which was equivalent to the talent being upgraded. Combination complete. You have lost cell division control. Intermediate cell proliferation control has been upgraded to advanced cell proliferation control. Advanced cell proliferation control uses energy to proliferate cells and heal wounds. Energy is converted to health at a ratio of 1:9. Recovers a maximum of 35% health S. After combining the two talents, the recovery rate increased from 1:5 to 1:9. The recovery speed was even faster, almost doubling. The recovery limit per second also increased from 28% to 35%. Han Xiao took a deep breath and drew a second skill. It was still a talent type. Another 5 talents were randomly selected. Han Xiao browsed through them and chose one of them called Soul Hot Spring, which increased mental resistance by 120% and reduced the duration of abnormal mental states, recovering soul damage. Mental resistance was his weakness, and stacking mental resistance had always been an important mission. The third drawer was still a talent. Han Xiao glanced at it and was overjoyed. Among the 5 random options, one of them seemed to be the modified ability of Esper ability, Black Hole, which could convert a portion of the damage to his energy. After choosing this ability, the interface showed that intermediate energy absorption had been combined with it, and the 2 talents became one. Your intermediate energy absorption has been upgraded to efficient energy absorption. Han Xiao did some calculations. If that's the case, my energy conversion efficiency has increased by more than 1.5 times. Furthermore, the upgraded talent gives me an additional 25% resistance, which reduces the damage I receive by a quarter. Before the upgrade, intermediate energy absorption did not have any defensive abilities. After the upgrade, it had the characteristic of Esper ability, Black Hole, which directly converted a portion of the damage to his energy and avoided a portion of the damage. It was equivalent to saving energy to recover this portion of his HP. If his resistance was 50% and he received 10,000 points of theoretical damage, then the effect of the talent before the upgrade would be, receive 5,000 points of actual damage and absorb 3,000 points of energy. After the upgrade, the effect would be, receive 3,750 points of damage and absorb 4,750 points of energy. The energy recovery was more than the HP loss. Chapter 894. After 3 rounds of extraction, tiny bolts of mechanical force danced on the surface of his body. His entire body felt numb, and his cells underwent subtle changes. In Han Xiao's senses, his cells became easier to control. Because of his foundation, the upgrade of the 2 molding talents was not difficult and even felt a little comfortable. Han Xiao exhaled and clenched his fists tightly. The feeling of being filled with strength surged in his body, and his body was filled with vitality. With the evolution of these 2 molding talents, Han Xiao's self-healing ability had increased by a level. With 2 universal treasures in his hands, there was no harm in having his own flesh. Otherwise, he might end up like a god one day. With my current self-healing ability, as long as I don't get beaten up by so many beyond grade as like a god, there shouldn't be any accidents, Han Xiao thought to himself. His current health and energy recovery efficiency was already very high. Han Xiao had plans for the future. His health limit would continue to increase as he leveled up, so he did not have to pay attention to it. What was left was to continue increasing his energy level. This was related to the attributes of his energy and the efficiency of his health recovery. In terms of mechanic abilities, he had to obtain high-level mechanic talents, learn ultimate knowledges, research more blueprints, develop a new generation of machinery, continue to expand the size of his army, and cultivate a mechanical civilization. Although he could take a beating, this was only to ensure the toughness of his body. His main method of combat was still to buy money, machinery. The danger of this encirclement was actually not as great as the Planet Lighthouse battle. On Planet Lighthouse, he was the passive party who was ambushed and was the victim when faced with the encirclement of more beyond grade as. This time, he was leading a group of beyond grade as to ambush Escod alone. In comparison, his situation was not as dangerous, and even if the operation failed, his life would not be in danger. Thus, the pressure he faced was much lower than the Planet Lighthouse battle. The ability extraction interface disappeared. Han Xiao took a look and saw that there was a reward notification for this mission. Dungeon spawned, Fall of Escod. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. Whoa, the challenge level of this dungeon is probably going to break through the sky. Escod was, after all, one of the final bosses of the chaotic evil faction. Han Xiao had expected that this battle would create a dungeon. However, the players who dared to enter this dungeon would be celebrating. Escod had been tormenting the universe for many years and had caused many tragedies. He had always been the most dangerous criminal in the eyes of the galactic residents. Now that the three universal civilizations had dealt with this criminal, countless people felt that the security of the universe had been purified to a certain extent. The three universal civilizations had joined hands to do this. In the eyes of many, this operation was a lubricant for the relationship between the three parties. It released a signal to the outside world, hinting that the conflict between the three universal civilizations due to the Battle of Planet Lighthouse had been resolved, and the galactic environment had returned to stability. In the joint statement, the three universal civilizations announced the details of the operation. The 11 beyond grade as who participated in the encirclement were all introduced. They emphasized Han Xiao's contribution, calling Han Xiao the core of the operation and even the initiator of the joint operation. In the end, the achievement of imprisoning Escod was given to Han Xiao, highlighting his contribution. Countless people in the universe had heard of Escod's atrocities. The more famous Escod was, the more famous Han Xiao would be. This was equivalent to stepping on Escod to gain his fame. The recent popularity of the enemy of Ethereal had yet to subside, and Han Xiao had one more representative deed. In the universe, this incident was called the Fall of Escod incident. As the instigator of this incident, Han Xiao had left an even deeper impression in the hearts of the galactic residents. In the various starfields, countless victims who had a strong hatred for Escod were grateful to Han Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. Planet Shazak Transit Station. This was a neutral planet that provided all kinds of services. It was located in the extremely dangerous desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy. It was a rare planet transit station that provided smuggling, repair, entertainment, and other services. The target of these services was the wanted criminals of the Fallen Ark. Only those who were not afraid of death would build a planet transit station in this area. Those who did not have any background would have long been robbed by the various thugs. Shazak had formed a connection with the Fallen Ark and provided them with a high protection fee, thus avoiding the fate of being robbed. The lord in charge of this planet was called Shazak, a calamity grade super. He had established a cooperative relationship with many armed thugs, including the Fallen Ark. In the chaotic desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy, he could be considered a moderate figure. As for Shazak's origin, it was a secret. The thugs in this area did not know or care and were used to thinking that he was also a wanted criminal of some civilization. However, Shazak was not a wanted criminal. His home had been destroyed by Escod, and the once lively planet was only left with corpses and souls. He had a deep-seated hatred for Escod and chose to become an avenger. He built a transit station in this lawless area and hid like a venomous snake, looking for an opportunity to deal with the Fallen Ark. The news of Escod being captured also spread to the desolate universe belt of the central galaxy and to Shazik's ears. He gathered his confidants for a secret meeting. Once Escod falls, no one will be able to suppress those lunatics under him. The fallen Ark will fall apart, and with the fall of our backer, we will also be in trouble. There are too many people who want to rob us, a confidant said. Yes, we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. Boss, what do you plan to do? Shazik heard this and said with a deep voice, bring everything. We will go to the Shattered Star Ring and join the Black Star Corps. Why him? I made a promise to God. No matter who gets rid of Escod, I will be at his disposal. Shazik's expression was firm. Ever since his home was destroyed, the only meaning left in his life was revenge. However, Escod was too strong, and his revenge was nowhere in sight. Now, Black Star had accomplished something that he could never do. Even if Black Star was not taking revenge for him, Shazik was still grateful. His gratitude was not limited to his heart. He decided to repay Black Star with actions. Would someone of Black Star's level be interested in us? That's why we have to bring a gift. Shazik lowered his voice. Over the years, we have bribed many members of the Fallen Ark and sent in many spies. Now is the chance to use them. When the Fallen Ark is in chaos, we can steal a portion of their assets. This will be our capital to join the Black Star Corps. The eyes of his confidants sparkled. They had been here for many years and understood the Fallen Ark well. They knew that although they were very chaotic, they still had many valuable things, such as the spoils of war that Escod had accumulated over the years, the secret intelligence that he had collected, the lost technology that he had researched, and the special prisoners that were locked up. Now that Escod had fallen, they would definitely not be the only ones who had their eyes on the assets of the Fallen Ark. This was the best time to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 895. The members of the Fallen Ark were all wanted criminals from various starfields. Some of them were fanatical followers of Escod, and some of them wanted to obtain Escod's protection. These thugs only believed in experts at Escod's level and did not submit to anyone else. Now that Escod was gone, they had lost their powerful leader. No one had the right to be the boss, and these criminals who lacked discipline and cohesion lost interest in continuing to stick together. Without the deterrence of Escod, these criminals knew that the next step of the three universal civilizations would be to clean up the desolate universe belt in the central galaxy and eradicate these criminals who had been gathering for many years. After Escod fell, this paradise of criminals that was known throughout the universe collapsed rapidly. Batch after batch of criminals left the organization, and the powerful Fallen Ark fell apart, splitting into countless small groups. The secret production bases built on the desolate planets were also looted by the members who left the organization. The desolate universe belt in the central galaxy was originally dominated by the Fallen Ark, maintaining a subtle grey order. Now, this lawless zone had become even more chaotic and dangerous. The criminals killed and robbed each other, and this kind of drama was playing out in different areas at every moment. At this moment, thousands of battleships were fighting around a desolate planet. This planet was one of the secret research bases built by Escod, storing valuable information, technology, and special products. The thousands of battleships fighting belonged to dozens of criminal groups, and the goal of each group was to snatch the results of this research base. One of the groups was Shazik's team. The outer space of the planet was a galactic battlefield of intense crossfire. Most of these warships were not equipped with dark energy annihilation weapons. Instead, they used second-tier warship cannon technology. The scorching plasma beams crisscrossed and dyed the black velvet space into a colorful canvas. The shields of the small and medium-sized warships of different models were penetrated by the plasma cannons. The hull of the warships was melted, and the armor was melted into a red-hot mixture of solid and liquid, which turned into metal clouds of unpredictable shapes and became obstacles on the battlefield. The battle lasted for a while, and the outcome was finally decided. Shazik's team was one of the victors, and they looted this research base with the others before leaving in satisfaction. A pitch-black blade gently slid across his throat, and warm blood spurted out, splattering on the blood-stained walls of the spaceship. Plop! A gray-skinned creature with densely packed compound eyes fell to the ground while clutching his bleeding neck, revealing the murderer behind him. The murderer was a humanoid creature wielding a long blade. It was thin and wore a hood and a black mechanical mask, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. This was a dilapidated cabin. The walls of the cabin were covered with slash marks and sparks of electricity. There were hundreds of corpses of different species lying on the ground. The ground was covered with blood scabs of various colors, and the walls were covered with blood splatter marks. Only the murderer was left standing. There are 15,700. The murderer's voice was hoarse, like an old bellows. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the blood on the long knife and put it back into the scabbard on his back. Then, he pressed his mechanical wristwatch, opened his address book, and sent a message to a number marked as employer. Target eliminated. Soon, the employer sent a voice message, full of excitement and gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Lothair. Thank you for helping us take revenge. If it weren't for you, we would never. It's just a transaction. Remember to pay. Lothair replied faintly. He was a solo bounty assassin, but his hunting targets were limited to the members of the fallen Ark. Lothair was born on a colonial planet of an advanced civilization and grew up in a quiet and peaceful environment. However, one day, the fleet of the fallen Ark arrived, bringing death and destruction. He thought that he was dead for sure, but he did not know that there was a decent Esper ability hidden in his body that awakened at the critical moment and escaped the fate of being killed. However, resistance was futile. Because of his Esper ability, he was captured by the members of the fallen Ark and offered to Escod as a sacrifice. Therefore, Lothair faced Escod head-on. His newly awakened Esper ability was taken away, and he became a mummy on the verge of death. His life was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Usually, people who had their Esper abilities taken away by Escod would be made into food or thrown into the universe. Perhaps it was the blessing of the goddess of luck, but Lothair's batch of medicinal dregs were all thrown into the universe. Ordinary people would not be able to survive in the universe, but he realized that although he had lost his Esper ability when he had just awakened it, his Esper ability had already modified his body, allowing him to survive in the universe. After the fallen Ark fleet left, the civilization's rescue team arrived before Lothair died, and Lothair became the only survivor. He had a deep-seated hatred for Escod and the fallen Ark driven by hatred. Lothair, who had lost his Esper ability and turned back into a mortal, went through a lot of hardships and stepped onto the path of martial arts, becoming a super again. After his training, Lothair became a bounty assassin. The members of the fallen Ark were all wanted criminals who joined Escod's forces to avoid being hunted down by the various large civilizations. Lothair, on the other hand, specifically hunted down these wanted criminals with criminal records, making these fugitives who thought they were safe pay their blood debts. The employers were usually the victims of the fallen Ark. Today, the number of fallen Ark fugitives who had died under Lothair's blade had reached 6 digits. However, Lothair was not satisfied with this. He trained his strength like an ascetic monk in order to complete the ultimate goal hidden deep in his heart: assassinate Escod. The experience of facing Escod had always been his nightmare, bringing him endless fear and waking him up from his sleep countless times. However, even if he knew it was impossible, he did not give up on this ultimate goal. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, Lothair was about to turn around and walk to the spaceship's control room when his communicator suddenly received a piece of breaking news. It was the joint statement of the 3 universal civilizations. Escod has been captured. Lothair's expression changed, and he stopped to read the news carefully. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment, he felt a sense of loss, as if he had lost his goal. However, very quickly, Lothair's gaze became firm again. He muttered to himself, "Is the guy who captured Escod Blackstar? On a certain habitable planet, there was a race of galactic immigrants living on it. The mother planet of this race had been blown into a dead planet by Escod, and there were less than 10% survivors. They had no choice but to migrate to a new home. When the news of Escod being captured reached this race, all of them cried tears of joy. Escod has finally been captured. Woo woo. We've waited for this day for too long. Praise Blackstar. May Blackstar be immortal. The same scene played out on many planets at the same time. The news of Escod being captured caused a huge commotion. Other than the celebrating civilizations and galactic residents, some secret organizations were also alarmed. Escod is too cruel. I knew this day would come sooner or later. With Escod gone, the fallen ark will no longer exist. No one will continue to attract the firepower of the three universal civilizations for us. This is not good for us. Continue to keep a low profile and accumulate strength. We won't be as flamboyant as Escod, so we won't be targeted. Actually, this is also an opportunity. We can take Escod's inheritance and subordinates and strengthen our forces. Send people to the central galaxy. There are many organizations eyeing this opportunity. We can't fall behind. There were many ambitious organizations that belonged to the chaotic evil faction in the universe. The fall of the fallen ark was something worth celebrating for normal people, but for them, it was a feast for them to divide up Escod's asset. Blue Star's outer space, floating Dragon Island Palace. Ames stood at the edge of the floating island, looking down at the blue star. The starlight reflected in her eyes. Footsteps sounded behind her, gradually approaching. Ames turned her head and saw Aesop walking to her side. Something big happened. Aesop shook his head. Escod has been captured by the three universal civilizations. What happened? Ames raised her brows. See for yourself. Aesop passed the communicator to Ames. After browsing through it, Ames casually returned the communicator to Aesop and smiled. He really can't stay idle. Blackstar has done something big again. He's getting stronger and stronger. Aesop sighed. He had lived a long life and experienced the craziest era of Escod, so he was very wary of Escod. He did not expect this guy to fall in the hands of a new beyond grade A super. Although this was a gang fight, he also saw Han Xiao's current connections and influence from the three universal civilizations joint squad. Even when he was a member of the Ancient Ones, he did not have as much influence as Han Xiao. That's right, he's getting stronger and stronger. Ames's smile faded, and she suddenly fell silent. She still remembered that when she fought Escod with Blackstar, Escod's strength had left a deep impression on her. Now, Escod had fallen in the hands of Han Xiao. Han Xiao's strength had steadily surpassed hers. Although she did not purposely pursue strength, seeing her former subordinate catch up to her still made her feel a little complicated. She used to be high and mighty, but when Blackstar reached the beyond grade A super, they were on the same level. Now, be it status, influence, or personal strength, Blackstar surpassed her in all aspects. He completed the counterattack under her watch. Although her strength had improved, a large part of it was because Blackstar had strengthened her with the evolution cube. Their positions had been reversed. Ames stretched lazily, and her tall and slender figure relaxed. She let out a soft sigh. I seem to have been too lazy these past few years and have neglected training. It's time to find a time to have a good fight with Blackstar. You have received 1 legendary point. Universe legendary point. Whoa, Escod's notoriety is really deep. Han Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. As one of the final bosses of the chaotic evil faction, Escod was still quite famous. The sensation of capturing him was no less than the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. His influence covered the entire universe, so he was given the highest legendary point. Closing the notification, Han Xiao opened the forums. The players were also discussing Escod's fall. Chapter 896. The news spread extremely quickly in the Galactic Society, and such explosive news spread throughout the various starfields. Every player now had a communicator, so they did not miss this piece of news. At this time, in the Shattered Star Ring section of the forums, many army players were excitedly discussing this matter. After experiencing 3 versions, the players were already familiar with the whereabouts of NPCs. Other than functional characters such as merchants, many characters would not stay in the same place all the time. Sometimes, When the players came into contact with a character and returned after a period of time, that character might have gone somewhere else. Although it was not convenient at times, most players still liked this feature. Every character had their own things to do, and it made them feel very real. As the Black Star Corps expanded, Han Xiao reduced his daily contact with the players. From version 2.0 onwards, he had established the identity of the faction leader in the hearts of the players. Until now, the army players were already used to the mysterious faction leader. They were used to not seeing the army commander for a period of time, but one day, they suddenly found out that he had made big news. Discussing the deeds of the army commander had also become one of the fun for the army players. Many players posted on the forums, discussing the fall of Escod. At this stage, the level of the players was too far away from Escod. Escod was a character in the middle and late versions, and he had not interacted with the players on a large scale yet. To most of the players in the starfields, they only knew that Escod's background was extremely powerful and that he was a proper villain. Only the players in the 3 starfields in the central galaxy knew more about Escod. A small number of players who had awakened the chaotic evil attribute did not do any storyline missions. They burned, killed, and looted, turning themselves into wanted criminals and running to the desolate universe belt to join the fallen Ark. However, they did not have the qualifications to meet Escod and only came into contact with the tip of the iceberg. Because their understanding of Escod was limited, the fall of Escod did not have a deep impact on the players. Its impact was not even comparable to the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. After all, Planet Lighthouse involved the 2 civilizations that ruled the universe and was the final faction in the eyes of the players. As for the fall of Escod, most of the players did not personally experience it and did not know the significance of this matter. In their eyes, it was just an unknown powerful beyond grade A being captured by the 3 universal civilizations. Other than that, they did not feel anything. The replies that Han Xiao saw were basically all routine complaints about him as the leader of the faction. The Legion commander went to stir up trouble again. He's so free. Sigh, I also want to go to the central galaxy to take a look. That damn contractor left us to work in the shattered star ring and went out to have fun by himself. By the way, could this incident be a new storyline? It doesn't seem like it. I feel like this is a supplement to the Planet Lighthouse battle. Escod participated in the attack back then and was captured by the 3 universal civilizations. Since no players participated in this event, this should be the background story. Trash game, full of CG, funny. I'm going to die if I don't watch the cutscenes. I'm Escod. I was caught by the 3 universal civilizations yesterday and need 5,000 aners to bail me out. Please lend me some money. When I get out, I'll take you flying. My account number is 480XXX, Motherf***K. I'm a player who joined the Fallen Ark. Your faction leader kidnapped my boss. You guys from the Black Star Corps will eat ***T. Get out of here, you from the central galaxy. The constellation corridor trembles. The players' discussions were quite joyful, and Han Xiao had a smile on his face. While scrolling through the posts of the idiotic players, Han Xiao noticed that a post was suddenly pushed to the top. The title was The Meaning of Escod's Fall, and its popularity was rapidly increasing. Opening the post, the ID of the player who posted it appeared. It was called Army Commander's PC. Crazy. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Being crazy was indeed the strength of the players. He was ashamed of his inferiority. After taking a deep breath, Han Xiao looked at the content. Brothers of the army, it seems like no one cares about Escod's fall. I was the same at first, but today, I encountered a magical thing that made me realize that this incident has a special meaning. The situation is like this. I took a small mercenary mission a while ago and acted as a temporary guard for a long-distance travel ship. I was only responsible for escorting them through the Giberian star system. As you know, the galactic travel agencies love to hire people from the Black Star Corps the most. As long as there are members of the army on board, most galactic pirates will not take the initiative to attack. There's nothing much to say about the process. The journey was very easy. I just browsed through the forums and arrived at my destination. After settling the payment, I disembarked at the dock. However, something unexpected happened. A few passengers from other star regions stopped me and gave me a few things. They asked me to pass them to the army commander. Picture, 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 as shown in the picture, these items were not valuable. They were just some simple handmade products. The item description said, "This is a gift filled with gratitude, so its nature should be similar to that of a silk banner." The interface also triggered the corresponding errand mission, picture. I did not communicate with them at all. They were the ones who took the initiative to find me. These passengers said that their civilization was once harmed by a god, and many of their people died. They are extremely grateful to Black Star for eliminating a god, so they made these gifts to express their gratitude. Seeing that I am a member of the Black Star Corps, they wanted me to pass them to the army commander. This is just the general idea. During the conversation, these passengers were very enthusiastic, holding my hand, crying and laughing. They kept thanking us, the Black Star Corps. I recorded the entire process, and I suggest everyone take a look. It's very moving. Although this is just a small mission, I feel a different meaning from it. In the entire universe, how many people were harmed by a god is how many people are grateful to the army commander. This number is terrifying just thinking about it. From this episode, I can understand the true meaning of Escod's fall. This is not an imaginary background story but the dawn of justice for many destroyed races. The army commander has done a great thing this time. To be honest, looking at the grateful faces of these few NPCs, I feel great. Brothers, I'm going to brag first. The army commander is awesome. P.S. In order to express my admiration for the army commander, I'll go to the market to buy a name change card and add the word big to my ID. Han Xiao scrolled down the post. This post attracted many players, and there were many replies. It's okay to add the word big. The OP has been exposed. He's really an anti-fan. I suspect you're behind this, but there's no evidence. I just watched the recording. You're full of emotions. I'll give you 100 points. Many players mocked, but there were also players who agreed with the OP. I'm reminded of the mutation disaster again. The army commander took the initiative to enter the galaxy and bring back reinforcements for the mother planet. He has always been very responsible. Indeed. Although the army commander was an unscrupulous businessman in the past, he was still reliable in big matters. I still remember his speech. How passionate. When the players chose a faction, other than benefits, they also needed to match their values. The players did not only do things for practical benefits but also for psychological satisfaction. Han Xiao's actions had always left a good impression on the players. Many people chose to stay in the Black Star Corps not only for the high benefits but also because they recognized Han Xiao as the leader of their faction. Now that Black Star had received the gratitude of countless races, the players also felt honored. Looking at the grateful faces of the few passengers in the video, many of them felt a sense of honor and accomplishment. After reading the post, Han Xiao scratched his head and realized that he had underestimated the influence of this matter. Just like what was said in the post, there were countless races in the universe that had been trampled on by Escod. Under the propaganda of the Red Empire, these survivors all treated him as their savior. This fame was different from his previous fame. Previously, the galactic residents' impression of him was only in terms of strength, status, and so on. They only knew that he was a powerful figure who walked the path of the upper echelons. However, the fall of Escod brought him the recognition of countless galactic residents. One of the functions of having the support of the people was to attract more talents to join him. After all, there would always be some people who could not be moved by benefits, and these people were usually talents. A universal legendary point is indeed not simple. Escod is really a treasure boy. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Escod has made enemies in the entire universe, and there are countless people who want to take revenge on him. I wonder if those famous NPCs who went against Escod in the later versions will join me. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. After flying for a while, the spaceship finally returned to the Black Star Corps headquarters that they had not seen for more than a month and entered the special dock. The moment Han Xiao walked out of the spaceship, he saw Hela waiting at the dock. "Yo, you came to pick me up?" Han Xiao greeted with a smile. "Humph." Hela did not deny it. She flipped the red curly hair that covered one of her eyes and sized up Han Xiao's body casually. "Looks like Escod didn't cause you much trouble. You didn't lose any parts." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Are you worried about me? This is the responsibility of the captain of the Black Star Guards." Hela was expressionless. Han Xiao smiled and told Fu Ding and the others to leave. He then turned around and waved at Hela, signaling for her to follow him. "By the way, I brought you a gift." "I don't care." Although Hyla said that, her body followed behind Han Xiao obediently, unwilling to fall behind even a single step. The two of them went all the way to the combat training room. Han Xiao closed the door, turned around, and smiled at Hela, who was standing with her arms crossed. "I got something interesting from Escod. It seems to be able to strengthen your Esper ability. You have the potential to become a Beyond Grade A, so this gift can make your path to Beyond Grade A smoother and increase your upper limit." Hyla was passionate about power, and she raised her eyebrows. "Aren't you going to give this to teacher?" She probably won't be able to use it." Han Xiao shook his head. "Plus, you're my first choice. I thought of you immediately." The ability enhancement, Escod human summon card, could only be used 3 times. Han Xiao had already thought about it when he was on the ship. Hyla's Esper ability potential was extremely high, and she was his confidant, so it was very suitable for her to use it. The sooner Hyla became a Beyond Grade A, the more beneficial it would be for him. Humph. Hela's lips curled up into a happy smile, but it disappeared in an instant. She put down her arms and said, "All right, what do I have to do?" "Don't move. Let me do it." Han Xiao activated the ability enhancement, character summon card, and Escod's shadow flashed behind him. He raised his hand, and dazzling white energy particles floated in his palm. He walked in front of Hela. He was more than half a head taller than Hela. He lowered his head and pointed at Hela's forehead. This energy flowed into Hela's 7 orifices and hovered in her brain. Hyla groaned, her body trembled, and she fainted. Han Xiao was quick to react. He hugged her waist and supported her body. Using his energy to check Hela's condition, he estimated that she would not wake up anytime soon. She actually fainted. "I thought it was similar to the Esper ability potential enhancement fluid." Han Xiao looked at Hyla, who had collapsed in his arms, and shook his head. He exerted strength in his arms and lifted Hyla onto his shoulders like he was carrying a sack. Leaving the training room, Han Xiao came to Hela's room, blacked out the door, and walked in. The layout of Hela's room was as simple as Han Xiao's. Han Xiao placed Hela on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, he saw 3 photo frames on the table. Han Xiao looked at them carefully. The 3 photos were of Hela and Aurora, Ames, and himself. Other than that, there were no other decorations in the room. After standing there silently for a while, Han Xiao reached out and flipped the photo of himself and Hela over on the table. He then turned off the lights and walked out of the room. After a long time, Hela slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying in the room, covered with a blanket and dressed neatly. "He was the one who sent me here, right?" The drowsiness quickly faded. Hela sat up and rubbed her eyes. She immediately used her Esper ability and felt the changes in her ability. Her eyes flashed with emotion. "It's as magical as the evolution cube. It's easier to use my Esper ability, and the upper limit has also increased. I don't know how long I've slept. I'll go find him again." Hela lifted the blanket and got up. Only then did she find something out of place. One of the 3 photo frames she had placed on the table was upside down. Picking up the photo frame again, she found that it was a photo of herself and Han Xiao. Hela's eyes flickered, and the good mood of her Esper ability being strengthened disappeared. Humph. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,